Kufanya check.
Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Engineer, sound engineer, kindly. Ongeza kidogo. Sound check 1 2. Testing the mic. Good. Testing the mic. Tunakagua sauti. Testing the mic. 1 2. 1 2. Testing the mic. 1 2. We're good. I think that's fine. Testing the mic. Testing the mic. Testing the mic. 1, 2. Testing. Testing the mic. Testing the mic. 1, 2. Testing.
Melesi mingi kwa sababu meimba Kilingala, hata mimi naongea Lingala sasa. Melesi mingi nzambia pambo la yo mingi tosepeli mingi kumona yo lelo.
Kapisa.
Asante sana. That is the TSC choir. With your permission, I will ask you to have a seat briefly so that I may call upon the Public Service Commission choir to also do something. Mr. Otieno Were and your choir, please take the stage and do 2 songs. The chief guest is already here with us. We are so happy to see most of you. How many are visiting Kenya? Let me see by show of a hand. So much. You're welcome. I will also take this opportunity to kindly plead with you to take your seats. Take your designated seat so that when we start, there will be no movement. All right? Those who are taking tea, kindly do it faster. I'm sure any time from now, we'll be commencing this General Assembly. Taking the stage now is Public Service Commission Choir, ready to present a beautiful song entitled Chakutumaini Sina, and they are led by Mr. Otieno Were. You're welcome.
Check, 1, 2.
Chakutumaini sina, damu yake Bwana. Haleluya. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Haleluya. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, Hallelujah. Damu yake na sadaka oh, daima. Hallelujah. Oh, damu yake na sadaka ya daima. Hallelujah. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Hallelujah. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Hallelujah. Yangu iwe nafuu, wokovu. Hallelujah. Oh, njia yangu iwe nafuu, wokovu. Hallelujah. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Hallelujah. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Hallelujah. Nikiitwa hukumuni, amani. Hallelujah. Oh, nikiitwa hukumuni, amani. Hallelujah. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Hallelujah. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Hallelujah. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Hallelujah. Oh, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Hallelujah. usachame newe ni chako tungami usachame kuti newe ni chako tungami tungamira mira mira tungamira mira mira check. Gararisa nikuti newe ni chakutungamira. Gararisa nikuti newe ni chakutungamira. Tungamira mira mira chakutungamira. Tungamira mira mira chakutungamira. You Tungamira mira mira chakutungamira. Tungamira mira mira chakutungamira. Usachame nikuti newe ni chakutungamira. Usachame nikuti newe ni chakutungamira. Tungamira mira mira tungamira mira mira ni chakutungamira.
A round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Public Service Commission Choir. I'll be asking you back in a short while. Thank you very much. TSC, you can prepare to come back to the stage as I make a few announcements. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so glad to see many of you here. I would like to recognize some ambassadors that are with us today. We have the Deputy Ambassador from Zimbabwe, and the name is Silibaziso Manyonga from Zimbabwe. Makofi kidogo. You're welcome. We also have Deputy Ambassador from Cameroon, Julieta Kula Njo. You're most welcome. I also recognize George Kasese, Chancellor of the Embassy of Angola. You're most welcome. And I also want to recognize Kigenyi Eunice, Deputy High Commissioner from Uganda. You're most welcome as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have Wi-Fi, so don't be so quiet. You can look around to see what is happening across the world, even as you sit here with us. And the Wi-Fi is Aapscoms. The password is Kenya 2024 with capital K. Kenya 2024 with capital K. That is the password for the Wi-Fi, so that you may know what is happening here and there. At Kenya 2024. At Kenya 2024. That is the password. So we are about to kick off, and that is why we are intensifying the entertainment at this point. So this is Teachers Service Commission Choir, led by Madam Esther Buyeha, and they are ready to present a song from South Africa?
Yes.
Okay, take it away.
And we are saying that music is the only universal language that can be spoken everywhere. So we go to South Africa, we are bringing a song which is a prayer, and we are saying, Bawo. So if you come from there, please relate with the song. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, TSC. A round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. You may now sit. Anytime from now, our chief guests are going to be joining us. And once they come in, we are going to be upstanding to welcome them. But before they enter, we want you to have a feel of the Kenyan style. We want you to anguka nayo, you know. We want you to have a feel of the Kenyan spirit of dancing. And so I want to bring to you the Safari Cats dancers. They're going to be having some beautiful moves, which you should not try after this. You can only try here. Safari Cats dancers, welcome. Let us all rise, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's the Kenyan spirit. Don't worry. That's how we dance. Welcome. Karibuni sana wageni. Welcome. I request that we all be upstanding so that we can start with the Kenya National Anthem, followed by the East African Anthem, and finally the African Union Anthem. The Kenya National Anthem. Thank you. While we still remain upstanding, I want to call upon our leaders of prayer to come on stage. We will be led by Madam Phyllis and Ibrahim in two prayers. Karibuni.
Shall we pray? Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of life that you have graciously given us. Your mercies are new every morning, and great is your faithfulness. Thank you for the Aapscoms fraternity and all participants gathered here today. We are grateful that you granted us your journey mercies, those who traveled both locally and internationally to attend the 6th Annual Aapscoms Conference. Heavenly Father, as the Aapscoms fraternity, we share a common goal of driving public service delivery transformation through innovation and technology. Almighty Father, as we begin our deliberations today, and for the next 3 days, we pray that our discussions lead to improvement in service delivery as public service commissions in Africa. May you empower us to utilize the potential that you have endowed us with to develop solutions to many challenges we face in service delivery. We ask for your wisdom and understanding. We ask you, Lord, to bless everyone who has been involved in the preparations for this conference, that their efforts were not in vain.
May you refresh us both mentally and physically, that we may be able to follow through the discussions. We commit every participant into your hands, that you may keep us in good health during this conference. When we achieve the objectives of this conference, all the glory will be yours, Lord. We give thanks to you for everything, for we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of the worlds, Master of the day of judgment. You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. Guide us to the right, straight path, the path of those whom you have bestowed your grace, not the path of those who possess your anger, not the path of those who went astray. O Allah, we thank you for bringing us this far. We thank you for the gift of this day. O Allah, as we congregate here from all across Africa for the 6th biennial Aapscoms Assembly and Conference, we seek your guidance, wisdom, and support. Help us to engage in meaningful discussions, allow us to share experiences, best practices, and forge closer collaboration to enable us serve the people of our continent better. O Allah, make us a people who are guided by principles and values. In the name of Allah, His beautiful attributes, we hope and pray. God bless Aapscoms. God bless our beautiful continent of Africa. Amen.
We may take our seats. May I kindly request, with your permission, Chief Guest, that we allow 30 seconds, that we all move forward a bit. Those who are seated at the back, please move to the seat next to you. The Chief Guest, Justin Bedan Njoka Muturi, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Public Service and Human Capital Development. Host Principal Secretary Amos Gadecha. Dr. Choolwe Beyani, President of the Association of African Public Service Commissions, Aapscoms. Vice President of the Western African Region and Chairperson of the Public Service Commission of the Gambia. Vice President of the Southern African Region and the Chairperson of the Public Service Commission of Lesotho. Ambassador Anthony Mushiri, Vice President of the Eastern African Region and Chairperson of the Public Service Commission of Kenya. Aapscoms Executive Committee, ambassadors and high commissioners present, chairpersons and CEOs of various commissions represented, delegates invited, ladies and gentlemen. Hamjambo. That is to say, how are you? So you say, hatujambo, meaning we are fine. With your permission, Honorable Chief Guest, allow me to bring in some beautiful entertainment, and Mr. President, you're going to enjoy that. It's from the Teachers Service Commission Choir. Teachers Service Commission Choir are doing a theme song entitled Twasherehekea Afrika, and that means we celebrate Africa. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Tunawapongeza viongozi wote wenye hawachoki kufanya kazi kuboresha tume zetu. Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Twasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Tunawapongeza viongozi wote wenye hawachoki kufanya kazi kuboresha bara la Afrika. Siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Juhudi zenu tunaziboresha huduma zetu kupitia ubunifu na teknolojia. Tunasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Mnahakikisha uangavu kote, kwa utendakazi twawajibika, twaboresha tume zetu. Tunasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Tunaziboresha huduma za tume zetu kupitia ubunifu na teknolojia. Tunasherehekea siku ya leo kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Tunahakikisha uangavu kote, kwa utendakazi twawajibika, twaboresha bara la Afrika. Kwa furaha isiyo na kifani leo. Juhudi zenu twazitambua, twaziheshimu, twazipongeza. Afrika mikononi mwetu. Juhudi zenu twazitambua, twaziheshimu, twazipongeza. Afrika mikononi mwetu. Lengo letu ni kujenga bara la Afrika. Tenda kazi na huduma bora. Twahitaji uangavu kwa huduma zetu. Boresha utenda kazi na huduma bora. Sote tujitolee kwa huduma zetu. Boresha utenda kazi na huduma bora. Lengo letu ni moja, kujenga Afrika. Boresha utenda kazi na huduma bora. South Africa hoye, Eswatini hoye, Ghana hoye, Malawi hoye. Afrika mikononi mwetu. Zimbabwe hoye, Zambia hoye, Nigeria hoye, Zambia hoye. Afrika mikononi mwetu. South Africa hoye, Eswatini hoye, Ghana hoye, Zimbabwe hoye. Afrika mikononi mwetu. Lesotho hoye, Namibia hoye, Zambia hoye, Gambia hoye. Afrika mikononi mwetu. South Africa hoye, Eswatini hoye, Ghana hoye, Zimbabwe hoye. Afrika mikononi mwetu. Lesotho hoye, Namibia hoye, Zambia hoye, Nigeria hoye. Afrika mikononi mwetu.
Makofi, Makofi, thank you very much. That is to say, we celebrate our continent, Africa. And indeed, our continent is superb. This is where the world record holder in marathon comes from. Africa, ladies and gentlemen. And the latest sensation, the Olympic champion in 200 meters is African, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't it great? Awesome. With your permission, Mr. Chief Guest, allow me now to invite on stage Ambassador Anthony Mushiri, the host vice president of the Eastern African region and the chairperson of the Public Service Commission of Kenya, to make some welcome remarks. A round of applause once again.
Honorable Justin B. Muturi, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Public Service and Human Capital Development, Dr. Cholwe Biani, President, Association of African Public Service Commissions, Aapscoms, and Chairperson, Civil Service Commission of Zambia, Mr. Baboka A. Suare, the Vice President, West African Region, and Chairperson, Public Service Commission of Gambia, Ms. Mpeo Mahase Moloa, the Vice President, South African Region, and Chairperson, Public Service Commission of Lesotho. Honorable members of Parliament present, Chairperson and Vice Chairpersons of Service Commissions, Commissioners, Excellencies, Commission Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, and Directors General, county governments and public service boards members present. I wish also to recognize the delegates from foreign countries present here, and we are represented in this hall by Lesotho, Nigeria, Tanzania, Namibia, Gambia, South Africa, Ghana, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. Invited guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Oh, good morning once again. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you most cordially, our brothers and sisters from the African continent, to Nairobi, and also the Kenyans in this hall to this conference this morning at Safari Park, which is the official opening of the 6th Annual General Assembly and Conference of the Association of African Public Service Commissions. This event this morning is a culmination of a tremendous collective effort, which began immediately after Kenya was selected to host the 6th Annual General Assembly and Conference during the last General Assembly and Conference held in Livingstone, Zambia in 2019. From that moment, a lot of challenges made it difficult for Kenya to host this conference as originally scheduled. Initially occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, and thereafter followed by the demise of the then chairperson of the Public Service Commission, the late Stephen Kirogo, and eventually the dynamics of the transition from the 4th to the 5th administration. That said, and while some of the factors that have impeded the holding of the General Assembly and Conference of the past 4 years are beyond our control, the importance of holding regular meetings cannot be overemphasized. On this note, this morning, I wish to thank the Secretariat of the Civil Service Commission of Zambia, my own Secretariat at the Public Service Commission, and other commissioners from across Africa, and stakeholders from within for their exemplary organization and facilitation of this year's Annual General Assembly and Conference. Let's give them a clap. May I also request you to join me in applauding Dr. Cholwe Bayani, the president of Aapscoms, and his predecessor at the Zambian Civil Service Commission for the remarkable service and leadership in steering our association over the last 4 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the 6th biannual Aapscoms Assembly is driving public service delivery transformation through innovation and technology. This is a very appropriate theme given the importance of innovation and technology in enabling the modernization of government to facilitate delivery of timely, affordable, and effective services to its citizens. It is also apt, as the theme resonates with the commitment under African Union Agenda 2063, which envisages an innovation-led and technology-driven skills revolution, as well as the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which is the SDG number 17, which identifies technology, science, and capacity building as major enablers of the means of implementation of all the SDGs. Governments exist to attend to the well-being of its citizens. However, as many studies reveal, including one conducted by the Mo Ibrahim Foundation in 2020, the citizens' satisfaction in many African countries on how their governments offer basic public services such as security, education, health, and governance and accountability remains low. This is despite the fact that our citizens are now more enlightened and demanding, amplified by the 21st century's evolving challenges. Rapid technological advancement and a young and urbanizing demography. This is a challenge our service commissions must confront. All service commissions. We must reimagine our approaches towards effective public service delivery by leveraging innovation and technology. Innovation remains the new frontier for introducing new, more efficient and effective methods of service delivery and create solutions to current challenges. It is a catalyst for transformation that can be leveraged to improve performance of public institutions and make them more responsive to public expectations so as to foster economic growth and inclusive development. As a continent, we need to embrace technology more to be able to move to the next level. With every passing year, new technologies and services are emerging over the horizon, and as digital technologies become the cornerstone of our daily activities, our governments must also adapt to this new reality. On its part, Kenya, like many other African countries represented here, has embarked on its digital transformation journey by integrating ICT in public service delivery, and it is our hope that all of Africa will walk this journey too. Over 16,000 government services are now available from 100+ ministries, counties, departments, and agencies under the eCitizen platform, representing 84% of the targeted 19,000. The eCitizen, ladies and gentlemen, is an online platform that allows citizens and non-citizens to obtain government services from the comfort of their homes or from where they are. I am pleased to highlight that this platform has ensured previously unserved or underserved regions and groups, such as persons with disabilities and marginalized ethnic communities, are no longer excluded from government services. It has also plugged leakages that encouraged corruption, leading to more revenue collection for the government. Further, the government's investment in digital infrastructure, innovation, entrepreneurship, and skills development has yielded significant achievements, including increased access to public services, improved connectivity in rural areas, job creation among the youth, and a thriving digital economy that is consistent with the Kenya Vision 2030, as well as the digital superhighway pillar of the current government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. That is better. However, innovation comes with new challenges, and the government of Kenya has over the years made corresponding investments in improving technological infrastructure, and human capital development to equip more public servants with skills required to design, develop, operate, and enhance innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, the proliferation of big data, artificial intelligence, robotics, and other fast emerging technologies have revolutionized how governments work and deliver services, and irreversibly changed how people live and interact with each other. For Africa, there is tremendous potential, particularly in artificial intelligence, to leapfrog developmental challenges, improve public service delivery, reduce disparity, and drive inclusive economic growth. In the midst of the ever-evolving technology and innovations across the world, we must ask ourselves these hard questions. How can we leverage these emerging technologies, such as AI and data analytics, to transform public services? How can we stop singing the same song of bridging the digital divide between Africa and the rest of the world? How can we encourage innovations and technologies that are inclusive? Many public institutions must be able to reinvent and recreate themselves to stay relevant over a sustained period. They must not remain prisoners of the past, but must evolve, find new direction, adapt to changing conditions, and chart new paths. This can only happen if the institutions represented here this morning can be able to shift, redesign, and recreate themselves to adapt to changing external conditions. Policymakers have to perceive the need for change, learn continuously, and adapt best practices to each unique policy environment, because it is only through this path that public institutions can continuously create a better future for its citizens. As I conclude, I would like to reiterate that greater investments in innovation and technology holds the key to our efforts in transforming public services and our quest for an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa as we pursue the noble aspirations of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Thank you very much for listening to me, and God bless you all.
A round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ambassador. Without further ado, allow me to also invite on stage the Vice President of the Western African Region and Chairperson of the Public Service Commission of the Gambia, Babukar A. Suware, to make some remarks. You're welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Thank you. His Excellency the President, Aapscoms, with your permission, sir, I want to start my speech. I am Babukar Aliu Suware from the Gambia, retired educationist of the Gambia. I am here to give a remarks which, without wasting much time, I just have to go straight. Remarks by Mr. Babukar Aliu Suware at the Aapscoms General Assembly Conference taking place in Nairobi, Kenya from the 6th to the 8th November 2024. the Honorable Cabinet Secretary, His Excellency Ambassador Anthony Murashi, His Excellency Dr. Biani, His Excellency Regional Vice Presidents, Honorable Commission Secretaries, senior government officials here present, esteemed members of our respective delegations, members of the press, distinguished guests, and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, rather, all protocols respectively observed. I want to start by extending my special thanks and appreciation from the Gambian government under the dynamic leadership of His Excellency President Mr. Adama Barrow. President of the Republic of the Gambia, to the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, the government and people of the Republic of Kenya, and in particular our host, Ambassador Anthony Mushi, Chairman of Kenya Public Service Commission and Regional Vice President of Aapscoms, East Africa region, for hosting this very important conference. Mr. Chairman, it may be recalled that the Gambia, like other executive members of Aapscoms, assumed office as the Regional Vice President of West Africa at the 5th Aapscoms General Assembly held in South Africa from the 13th to the 15th March 2018. In view of this appointment, the Gambia was tasked to encourage the sub-regional countries to become active members, as provided for under Section 172. Just a minute. I'm going fast. This one, sorry. As active members of Aapscoms and take part in the deliberation of the association. In the light of this assignment, the Public Service Commission of the Gambia visited a number of West African countries, including Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ghana, and Guinea-Bissau. Our visit to these countries had paid some dividend, culminating in the experience sharing visits among other respective commissions. As we gather here this morning, it is important to remind ourselves about the purpose of the association, which is to collaborate, share experience, and best practice among public service commissions in order to promote good governance and improve service delivery in the public service of the continent. Mr. Chairman, in the light of these noble ideas, and without wasting much time, I want to invite the Honorable President of Aapscoms, Dr. Binani, to deliver his remarks. Your Excellency, sir, you are welcome. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning. The guest of honor, Honorable Justin B.N. Muturi, Cabinet Secretary, Public Service and Human Capital Development, Kenya. It's interesting when I had a brief conversation with him that I discovered he knew my brother who played a role in the constitution making process in the East African region, and he thought maybe I was him. Many people confused us. So I said, well, you owe me honorary citizenship. The host and Aapscoms Vice President for Eastern African region, Ambassador Anthony Muchiri, who we met virtually on many occasions through the Aapscoms conferences. And when we arrived in Kenya, it's as if we had been brothers for years, and yet we met through the net. And when I told him that I was last in Kenya as a young master's student coming for a conference in 1980, he told me, well, the grandchildren and the great-grandchildren of those animals you saw in 1980 are still alive. You can come and still see them. It was a hilarious occasion. I should say we were very warmly welcomed. Thank you. The Aapscoms Vice President for West African Region, Mr. Abubakar A. Suare, who was sterling and dedicated in resurrecting Aapscoms in West Africa, and facilitated our trip to go and bring back countries like Ghana and Nigeria that had fallen off the Aapscoms map due to changes in government and addresses. We lost contact over the years. He was critical in resurrecting the Aapscoms agenda in West Africa. And I believe my Nigeria brother must be somewhere here, Professor, there. I asked him when I was in Nigeria what his first name, Tunji, means. And he said he would tell you that something happened, we failed to share those notes. But I want to tell him that in my language, Tunji means many things. I don't know if there's Rako in your language. Thank you. The Aapscoms Vice President for Southern Africa, Mrs. Mahose Mailowo, on my immediate left, equally sterling and critical in resurrecting the Aapscoms agenda in the Southern African region, together working with our South African brothers and sisters in doing so. They have been strong arms for Aapscoms resurrection. Chairpersons and commissioners, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors and high commissioners present, Director General, African Association for Public Administration and Management, APAM, Aapscoms Secretary and Commission Secretaries present, Aapscoms Secretariat, distinguished invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be part of this long-awaited 6th Elective General Assembly and Conference of the Association of African Public Service Commissions, Aapscoms. I wish to commend the resilience and unwavering commitment exhibited by our brothers in Kenya through the Public Service Commission, who 6 years ago volunteered to hold the 6th Elective General Assembly, in which period the country, the continent, and the world at large underwent many difficulties, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, changes in political leadership, to mention but a few, and up to perhaps 4 weeks ago, within Aapscoms membership, there were questions as to whether our brothers in Kenya may manage to host because of a number of things. They were hit with the floods, and we wondered if the process would enable a safe conference. Then there were political changes and governance changes, and there were conversations that maybe we should consider shifting the venue. My position was, as long as their intention remains steadfast, we should give them an opportunity. And indeed, they have risen to that fact, and they've come back forcefully and graciously to host this occasion. The 6th General Assembly and Conference of the Aapscoms, under the theme Driving Public Service Delivery, Transformation through Innovation and Technology, could not have come at a better time as governments in Africa seek to transform by becoming more transparent, more responsive, and more accountable to the needs of the citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the public service is the tool through which governments provide the much-needed services to its citizens. The service commissions are key to ensuring that the public service efficiently and effectively delivers by not only appointing the right personnel, but also inculcating the correct work culture. I'm aware through some communications I made that the Nigerian Public Service Commission has been very busy, and I'm elated that they made it to this conference because they were engaging in intense interviews of civil servants being promoted to higher office. That is something for all of us to learn from. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is well endowed in both natural resources and human capital and is capable of finding solutions to its challenges. As Public Service Commissions of Africa, we play a fundamental role in promoting and maintaining good governance on the continent. We have the responsibility of driving a common vision of an African public service, which is an effective engine of service delivery to create a better life for the African citizens. Collectively, our knowledge and insight is critical in the transformation of African public services. It is for this reason that the African Public Service Commissions thought it wise to establish a common platform for sharing of best practices, an idea that was conceived as way back as October 2006. And subsequently, chairpersons of service commissions in Africa held a meeting on the sidelines of an APAM workshop on 8th April 2008 in Kampala, Uganda, where the establishment of the association was formalized. It is therefore correct to say East Africa is the birthplace of this association. The burden of carrying on the vision by the founding members of the Aapscoms, being a common platform for the sharing of best practices, can only be an act of betrayal if abandoned by subsequent office holders such as ourselves. You may agree with me that the association carries a noble cause, and subsequent office holders like ourselves carry the huge responsibility to ensure that there is continuity and that we pass on the agenda of the association to future generations and passing it on in a stronger and more vibrant state than we inherited. Guest of honor, allow me to pass the gratitude of the association to the government and people of the Republic of Kenya for the great hospitality accorded to the delegates and for a well-coordinated manner in which the conference has been organized. I have no doubt in my mind that this conference will be remembered for many years to come. As I conclude, allow me to quote from our national anthem, Zambia, which was coined by our founding fathers in the third stanza, which states, "Africa is our motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's good hand. Let us all, her people, join as one, brothers under the sun, all one and free." Ladies and gentlemen, with these few remarks, allow me to invite the guest of honor, Honorable Justin B.N. Muturi, who has become my adopted brother in Kenya, including Ambassador Muchiri. But they are brothers from another mother. The Cabinet Secretary, Public Service and Human Capital Development in Kenya, to address this gathering. Asante sana.
Iko juu sana. The President of the Association of African Public Service Commissions, Dr. Cholo Beyani, who, as yes, you've heard, nearly confused with Professor Chaloka Beyani. Many of you perhaps who might not remember, Professor Beyani was one of the members of the 9 members of the committee of experts that helped us after the disturbances of arising from the 2007 general elections, who came around to help us go through the various documents that Kenyans and other people of goodwill and helped us at Bomas of Kenya to come up with, but to piece together all those ideas so as to give rise to our current 2010 constitution. Therefore, when I saw the name, before I met him, I thought I was going to meet with Professor Chaloka Beyani, but he informs me, the President informed me that Professor Beyani is not even in Zambia, he is in Oxford. But that's why we have become good friends and good brothers. The Vice President of the West African region, Babuka Suwera, the Vice President of the South African region, Madam Peo Mahase Mwilo, and the Vice President of the East African region and the Chair of the Kenya Public Service Commission, Ambassador Anthony Mushiri, chairpersons and vice chairpersons, service commissions, commissioners, commission secretaries, the principal secretary, Minister of Public Service and Human Capital Development, Mr. Amos Kadesha, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be with you today at such an important forum which addresses issues of high relevance to improving service delivery in our public services. I've been informed that this annual General Assembly and Conference was originally, as has been stated already, to have taken place in the year 2020, but did not happen due to the various challenges that have already been enumerated by previous speakers. But I'm happy that as Kenya, a country known for resilience and long-distance running, we are here today celebrating the opening ceremony of the 6th Annual General Elective Assembly and Conference. To that extent, I wish to acknowledge the efforts and the hard work of the Aapscoms Secretariat in Zambia, the Public Service Commission of Kenya, and the entire team that made this possible. Ladies and gentlemen, my address today is going to focus on 3 key areas which I wish the delegates to take serious reflection in during this conference and after. The first area of concern concerns the need to develop a stronger and more impactful association in the continent. The idea of the African Association of Public Service Commissions and its objectives is indeed very noble. Bringing together public service professionals from different countries to a joint conference promotes synergy for exploring ways of improving efficiency and effectiveness. Such initiatives by the Public Services Commissions therefore needs to be supported and encouraged. Strengthening the association need to be supported because public service is central to achieving sustainable development And indeed, the first speaker did indicate, more particularly, Sustainable Development Goal number 17 of the UN. The public service provides public goods and services such as infrastructure, education, health, law and order, and security. For the public service implements public policy key, among them the development policy. No country in the world has developed without a strong public service. We do not want to be left behind as Africa. The public service must take lead. However, in spite of its centrality in development, our public services still lag behind in several areas. Access to and delivery of public service continues to be a major area of focus in ensuring responsiveness to the needs of the citizens. Technology is a crucial enabler of citizen centricity with the potential to create more timely, joint-up, personalized, and cost-effective services. I therefore urge you to relentlessly pursue the outcomes of the discussions to ensure that every commission, every country leaves this conference with a take-home that will make a positive change to the citizens. That takes me to the second area of my focus. And this has already been alluded to by the President and the Chairman of the Kenya Public Service Commission, Ambassador Mushiri. The appropriateness of the theme, quote, driving public service delivery through innovation and technology, it was a quote, to the circumstances we find our public services cannot be overemphasized. Public services in Africa and across the globe face critical challenges and unique opportunities which require a radical shift on how we think, shape, and deliver our core services. Having innovation and technology as a theme of this 2024 conference challenges us to interrogate anew how public services can ride on the information technology revolution, commonly being referred to as the fourth industrial revolution, to address the evolving pressures in service delivery and in other areas. Greater use of technology by governments holds a lot of promise for both public servants and the citizens. Information technology can eradicate time-consuming and cumbersome processes that frustrate everyone and make governments more accessible to more people and get assistance more quickly into the hands of the citizenry. Anchoring the conference on presentations by eminent professionals and practitioners that focus directly on opening up new discussions about the future of innovation and technology in public service, the public sector, is crucial in this era of the fourth industrial revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, this industrial revolution has been making its presence felt in the private sector for quite some time now. It's now increasingly attracting attention in the public service, and I'm happy that this conference captures that spirit. The technological revolution has created a lot of avenues for engaging the young generation wishing to join government. If public sector organizations are to succeed in attracting skilled young talent, it is indeed time for governments to think about how to adapt its employment practices to the fourth industrial revolution era. Automation and artificial intelligence, which can perform routine, repetitive, dangerous, or just plain dull tasks far faster and more efficiently than humans can, and could also be put to good use in a host of other areas of public service, particularly those involving masses or paperwork and long queues of citizens waiting for service delivery. Questions about how best to approach reskilling, retraining, redeployment, and restructuring are crucial questions we must ask ourselves in this exciting and encouraging direction that is being taken. Ladies and gentlemen, the last area I wish you to critically reflect on is the reason for your existence as commissions. I've already alluded to the importance of the public service in national development. Allow me to briefly emphasize the importance of public service commissions and, by extension, the importance of this conference in public service management. There are great lessons you can borrow from the way our commissions are established. In Kenya, commissions are established under the Constitution. We call them the Chapter 15 commissions and independent offices. Their objectives are to protect the sovereignty of the people, secure the observance of democratic values and principles by all state organs, and promote constitutionalism. This is a fundamental responsibility in ensuring good governance in public service. The commissions have a special status under the law. They were envisioned as a quasi-fourth arm of government operating independently of the traditional executive, legislative, and judicial branches. Deriving their authority and mandates solely from the Constitution, the citizens, and from the specific legislations that enables them to work, it is imperative that commissions perform their responsibilities diligently. The work of the commissions, collectively and individually, therefore plays a critical role in promoting good governance. This conference is thus an avenue for member country commissions to engage in a continuous learning path, borrowing good practice and establishing a network of collaborations. And as Africans, we need to take center stage in our development. We know our texts better and understand what is good for us. I noted from the program immediately after this session, you're going to delve into a session of sharing mandates of commissions. This session was included for, I believe, very good reasons. The mandates determine the deliverables, therefore, we need to learn from each other the delivery strategies. Given the centrality of our mandates and functions, we cannot afford to fail, for if we do, the whole economy of the countries we represent fail. We therefore have a duty and a responsibility of ensuring we do our utmost best we owe it to our countries. We must enhance the role of truly competitive ideas and methods of getting our countries to be developed societies in the shortest time possible. When the idea of this conference was first brought to my attention, I think it's only fair that I disclose this to this gathering, because, Mr. President, on Friday this week, which is 8th, I'll be exactly 3 months old in this docket. And therefore, when this discussion was brought to my attention by Ambassador Anthony Mushiri and his team, we were in some very interesting situation in the country. And they brought us the fact that indeed this conference ought to have taken place much earlier. And those who are from Kenya here, I'm sure will know that we've had some interesting intervening periods in these last nearly 3 months. But I did commit to the chairman and his team that I'll do my level best to ensure that that which the government of Kenya is required to do, because to hold a conference of this magnitude, you require cabinet approval. But I did promise my good friend Ambassador Mushiri and his team that we will not relent in ensuring that we will get those approvals. Just to disclose that since we don't have occasion to meet to sit as a cabinet, where I want to use, Mr. President, I'm trained in law. So I'm sometimes able to do certain things in different ways. So I was able to obtain what you call presidential executive approval for this conference to take place as had been planned by the Secretariat, both in Lusaka and here. And I'm sure much later, Cabinet will do what is normally referred to as post facto approval that the conference was to take place. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, to many of our distinguished visitors, I just wish to remind ourselves that the cliche that all work and no play makes Jack and Jane dull and a girl boy. And therefore, I will urge you to find time and sample some of our places which are quite attractive in this city, and you will find time even outside Nairobi. It's safe to remind you that, of course, Nairobi, as you all know, I'm sure, unless those who are in Kenya for the first time, is the only capital in the world which hosts a national park. And should you wish to go and visit, that should be possible. I'm sure the conference organizers will be more than happy to facilitate your visit to either the national park, Nairobi National Park, or indeed to our animal orphanage. And lastly, I wish to underscore the importance of your attendance to this conference, because in my view, it emphasizes the fact that whereas from a distance the commissions look quite different, each one is established as a solution to the same underlying problems in public service. So we need each other, even across borders, to deliver on our mandates. Mr. President, with those remarks, it is my pleasure to declare Phase 6 Aapscoms Conference and Elective General Assembly officially opened.
A round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana waziri, that is, thank you very much, Honorable CS. And now, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite on stage the Vice President of the Southern African Region and Chairperson of the Public Service Commission of Lesotho, Madam Mpeo Mahase Moiloa, to move vote of thanks. You're welcome.
Thank you, Protocol Program Director. I wish to fully align myself with the protocol as initially observed and outlined. However, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Public Service and Human Capital Development, your presence as our chief guest is highly appreciated, sir. There is a say in my Sesotho language that guides one what to do and what not to do when tasked as I've been tasked this morning. I'll share it with you, but unfortunately it falls under the category of Sesotho language that cannot be subjected to interpretation. So I'll just say it as it is. Those who are fortunate to be sitting to those who come from where I come from or closer will whisper something to you. We say, ha ho thwe o lebohe, o eme o lebohe, o tlohelle ho pota. They say thank you is a prayer that cannot be touched or seen. It must be felt by the heart. I therefore feel honored and privileged to get this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. On behalf of Aapscoms family, I would like to thank all the distinguished dignitaries who blessed us with their presence here this morning, especially Honorable Muturi. We thank you, sir. Our deep regards and hearty thanks goes to the government and the people of Kenya for agreeing to host us in their beautiful country and this magnificent, heartwarming venue. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. Surely the wheels needed to start rolling months in advance. But for reasons that have just been outlined, Kenya could only pull or start rolling the wheels a few weeks back. However, here we are today, witnessing the opening of this important meeting. We thank you, Kenya, for that. Chairperson of the PSC Kenya and Vice President of East Africa Region, Aapscoms, Ambassador Muchiri, and your team, we thank you. The Minister of Public Service, I want to assure you, say that your words have not fallen on deaf ears. We paid great attention to the 3 points that you said form the highlight of your speech, and that will not be a very steep hill for this gathering to climb, because like you have already outlined, The theme that Aapscoms has chosen for this meeting, you appreciate it as being very appropriate. Therefore, what you have requested us to make sure that we don't leave this meeting without deliberating on, we want to assure you that it is quite in line with what we also intend to touch and deliberate on, that our public service should be impactful on the societies that we serve, because it goes to the very heart of the basic needs of our people: education, health, and security. With those few remarks, I would like to ask this gathering for a round of applause for Kenya, for the good work that they have done in putting this conference together. Let's thank our host, our guest speaker, and the entire team of organizers. I thank you. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you very much, Program Director.
Let us also clap for her. And that saying from Lesotho, it got me thinking. So I asked myself, what might it mean? So I got two options. Option one, maybe it means ukiona vyaelea jua vimeundwa. That is, when you see them floating, know that they are well done. Option two, maybe it means the MC is about to bring this session to a close. So I wonder which one. I think both apply. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to do so. And so we are going to move to another location, some of us, for 2 photos. We are going to have some 2 group photos. Photo number 1 is all our guests. That will be the first photo. And the second photo will be photo 1, flanked by heads of delegations, ambassadors, and high commissioners present. So those that I have mentioned are the ones that will move out after the Kenya National Anthem is played by the band. After that, I will come to direct you on what next. Meanwhile, you'll be left behind with the band doing some entertainments. And therefore, I request all of us to be upstanding. For the Kenya National Anthem. Thank you. You may take your seats. You can go. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite us for some bites. It's time for tea break. Just behind, take tea for some 30 minutes before we come to the next session. Bon appetit.
Check. Mic testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mic testing. Ukaguzi wa mitambo 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Sawa.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly let us come back to the plenary. We need to come back to the plenary for the next session. Kindly. Watu wote tafadhali tuweze kurudi ndani ndio tuendelee na tuchukue nafasi zetu. Let us take our designated seats.
That was very good. Oh, thank you. Very good. Asante.
Ukitazama milima yetu, ukitembea baharini, Kenya yapendeza, hakuna matata. Unapozuru mbuga zetu, ukitazama milima yetu, ukitembea baharini, Kenya yapendeza, hakuna matata. Wageni karibuni, hakuna matata. Namibia karibuni, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Zambia karibuni, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Gambia karibuni, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Nigeria karibuni, hakuna matata. Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Kenya taifa nzuri sana, yapendeza. Hakuna matata. Unapozuru mbuga zetu, ukitazama milima yetu, ukitembea baharini, Kenya yapendeza, hakuna matata. Unapozuru mbuga zetu, ukitazama milima yetu, ukitembea baharini, Kenya yapendeza, hakuna matata. Unapozuru mbuga zetu,
ladies and gentlemen, to TSC Choir. As they continue doing some entertainment, just before we begin the second session, please don't do too much. You're welcome to dance. Enjoy the Kenyan spirit of dancing. If you want to join them, if you want to dance where you are, feel very free. It's some good exercise, especially after good breakfast. Thank you very much. TSC, take it away.
since then, what shall we do? Since again, what shall we do? Oh, to these and then, what shall we do? Since again, what shall we do? Jinaranda say, moving on along, anyway, now, touch you now. Jinaranda say, moving on along, this happened now. Achiziba una utachiwana hadiwena utachiwana ende what shall we do? Since again, what shall we do? Kusarigwe kuba kuna mteure mambo hunda pererwa donde pai masam kusarigwe kuba kuna mteure mambo hunda pererwa donde pai masam kusarigwe kuba kuna muna matoba rumenda pererwa donde pai masam Serigwe kuba kuna muna matoba rumenda pererwa donde pai masam Serigwe kuba kuna mtaura mambo hunda pererwa donde pai masam Serigwe kuba kuna mtaura mambo hunda pererwa donde pai masam oh, Todis, what shall we do? Since again, what shall we do? Oh, Todis, what shall we do? Since again, what shall we do?
Thank you very much, TSC. We know Kenyans love rumba, and some Kenyans here are whispering. Can we hear that? I heard some Papa Lolo, Papa Lolo. When I MC, so you ask them to repeat Papa Lolo. So I've just heard that, and I know the rest of Africa also loves rumba. So if you get some time, inject some Papa Lolo. You're ready? Take it away.
babele landokie Utue hindi mokolo ya bandoki bangala kanzambe Tunga etani makolo nzoto bamemi makambo Naleli mama Naleli mama Naleli mama Naleli mama Papa lolo Mabakia wambie Papa lolo Mabakia wambie Na mokili bandi makamoto teo Osangela ngalia kae Mokili leka balanda yo he Ebale zanga mikuwa Baboti ho koti na lingomba Bandoki bakiti seli yo miso Papalolo Yes sir Mabaki yo wapie Papalolo Mabaki yo wapie Rumba muzika Papalolo Mose Fanfan TSC Choir Zambe akela mokili Ati apema na mopepe Apesa biso pema topema Akela biso na edeni Nyoka ati ya biso na bohumbu Tango nyoso I love you Papa lolo Mawakia wapie Papa lolo Mawakia wapie
Njila kwenye mai.
Sikia Na mokili bandi makamoto teo Osangela ngalia katika Mokili leka balanda yo Ebale zanga mikuwa Baboti ho koti na lingomba Bandoki bakiti seli yo miso Papalolo Sema maneno Mabakia wapi Papalolo Mabakia wapi Hoka 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 Hula rumba Zambe akela mokili Ati apema na mopepe Apesa biso pema topema Akela biso na edeni Nyoka ati ya biso na bohumbu Tango nyoso I love you Papa lolo Mabakia wapie 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 Papa lolo Mabakia wapie.
Wow, wow. What a hit. Some of us have even loved it. We loved it very much. Did you love that? You loved it? I've seen the members of Judicial Service Commission loving it so much. I've seen Judge Murima trying to dance. I've also seen Commissioner Isaac Ruto was very elated, Commissioner Caro and the rest. And now we are about to usher in the guests. So jambo briefly. Let's go.
habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa. Kenya yetu hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa. Kenya yetu hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa. Kenya yetu hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. South Africa karibuni. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Ghana karibuni. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Kenya yetu hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Kenya yetu hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Jambo wageni, Kenya taifa zuri sana, yapendeza. Ukaribishwe, Kenya yetu hakuna matata. Unapozuru mbuga zetu, Kenya yapendeza. Ukitazama milima yetu, Kenya yapendeza. Ukitembea baharini, Kenya yapendeza. Hakuna matata. Unapozuru mbuga zetu, Kenya yapendeza. Ukitazama milima yetu, Kenya yapendeza. Ukitembea baharini, Kenya yapendeza. Hakuna matata. Wageni karibuni. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Namibia karibuni.
Tuwapigie makofi tena, a round of applause once again. That is the TSC choir. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. And in the language of the president, I think it's Natotela sana, if I'm not wrong. Thank you very much. That is TSC choir, and ladies and gentlemen, they managed to scoop position 1
in 9 items at the Kenya Music Festival 2024. That was in the class of Zilizopendwa, Pop Gospel, Set Piece, Original Composition, Adaptation Arrangements, among other items. And TSC Choir, Mr. President, was crowned as the best staff choir for the year 2024. Congratulations. So ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I invite us to observe some order now as we kick off the second session. And Mr. President, with your permission, allow me to introduce on stage the Secretary General of Association of African Public Administration and Management, Professor George Kojo Scott, to give a message of support for this conference. A round of applause.
Thank you very much, our MC, our distinguished guests, various chairmen of the Public Service Commission from the various countries on the continent, ministers available here, Secretary Generals and Director Generals here, esteemed distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all bring you very warm and hearty greetings from the African Association for Public Administration and Management, its executive committee members, the council, the General Assembly, and the entire fraternity. We are very happy to join you, and we congratulate you, all of you together here, for coming together for this very critical meeting and conference today. We believe very strongly in the theme that you have selected, driving public service delivery transformation through innovation and technology. It is really the theme of the day, and the issues which the public service must emphasize and ensure that we succeed in bringing the public service of this continent together to a very high stage in order to be able to deliver effective and efficient services to the public that we worship. This meeting, this conference is timely and essential for this our continent. At a time that we stand at the brink of significant transformation, where technology advancement and innovation solutions continue to shape how public service institutions operate, the Africa Public Service Commissions, we all believe, have an extraordinary opportunity to embrace this change that we are calling for, to ensure that efficiency, accountability, and quality in public service delivery is really, and in this case, really and actually enhanced. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, APAM, the African Association for Public Administration and Management, stand in very close solidarity with the African Public Service Commissions and this your conference. And we are committed to supporting you in promoting every single initiative that you want to implement. We share a common vision with you for building a stronger and more resilient and innovative institutions that serve our citizens with excellence and integrity. We believe that through this conference of the African Public Service Commissions, through the best practices that you share here, through the collaborative discussions that you hold here, this will contribute significantly to the shared vision that we all have. We look in joint solidarity with you for productive days ahead. APAM extends a very warm welcome and a stronger partnership and collaboration with you. The message from the Executive Committee of APAM to you is that as we stand in solidarity with you, we wish that we bring initiatives to undertake common training programs, joint research projects, and even joint publications together. We also want to inform you that for each year now, APAM has formalized 4 programs which we implement throughout the year, alongside many minor programs. These are what we call the annual research project, which we implement with the Department of Public Service Administration of South Africa. We implement what we call the Strong Nations for Africa program with the partners in Singapore. We implement what we call the Leadership Program in partnership with the Kenya School of Government in Mombasa, Kenya. And we implement yearly what we call the Training of Trainers Program, which we organize with the Ministry of Public Service in Palestine. We also organize several webinars throughout the year. Our message is that we in APAM will want to join hands with you in implementing these programs. We believe very strongly that if we implement programs with you, the program will become stronger, we will have wider participation, and in so doing, we will deliver better services to the citizens of this continent. As I conclude, allow me to extend my best wishes to each and every one of you for the collaboration and bold resolutions that will come from this seminar or this conference. As I've already indicated, we stand firmly behind you. And at this point, I want you also to take the opportunity to invite you to the APAM Roundtable Conference, which is held annually. And this year, it will be held in Kampala, Uganda, on the 26th to 29th of November, in about 3 weeks' time. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, we are very thankful to you for inviting us to be part of this, your great conference. We believe that the participation, the commitment, the dedication to building a resilient innovation and public sector. We wish you a productive and inspiring conference that strengthens our shared vision and galvanizes us to shape a prosperous Africa for all of us. We thank you and wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was indeed a solid message of support. Mr. President, allow me now to introduce the session that will entail summary of mandates of public service commissions across Africa. And to lead us through is none other than Mr. Derek Winner. Mr. Derek is the Secretary, Aapscoms, and Commission Secretary of Civil Service Commission of Zambia. Karibu sana. A round of applause.
Your Excellencies, the Presidency of Aapscoms, constituting the President and the 3 Vice Presidents, the chairpersons and commissioners present, allow me to ride on the protocols already established. Your Excellencies, I was worried about time, seeing that we were supposed to have commenced at 11. Then I was comforted, Your Excellencies, by the fact that in Zambia, we are 1 hour behind. So by that, we are actually 30 minutes ahead of schedule. So as you come, please relax, because we've gotten the permission to adjust the time accordingly. So this session is on the mandates of the respective commissions, and I'll run through the order in which you appear so that you are able to prepare just as the presentation that precedes you is on. The arrangement, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, is that we'll go country by country, and that all the commissions in the respective country that are present will be called upon to present. And we are hoping as you present, you'll be able to put some sense of how the different commissions in that particular country are able to interact. So the order of arrangement is that we'll start with Kenya, and Kenya will have 5 presentations, which will start with the National Lands Commission, then the Public Service Commission, the Teachers Service Commission, the National Police Service Commission, and then the Commission on Administrative Justice. From then, we'll move to Lesotho. The first presentation will come from the Public Service Commission, then the Teaching Service Commission, and the Local Government Service Commission. From there, we'll move to Nigeria. We'll have the Federal Civil Service Commission. That will be followed by the Abia State Civil Service Commission. Tanzania will follow with the Public Service Commission. There's only one commission that has come from Tanzania. Then Tanzania will be followed by Namibia, the Gambia, South Africa, Ghana. Your Excellencies, usually Zimbabwe is the last country because it's ZI. But in view of bilateral relations, we've decided to swap them. Zambia will be last, and Zimbabwe will be second last. So with that, I wish to invite the National Lands Commission of Kenya to come and give the presentation on mandates. The presentation is strictly 10 minutes, and for some reason, they have given me the difficult task of stopping chairpersons. Now, these are our employers. I hope I'll find the wisdom to stop chairpersons as they are in the middle of presentation. Please, a round of applause.
The presidency of Aapscoms, that's it, the president and the deputy presidents, the chairs of public service commissions across Africa present, the chairs of constitutional commissions across, the commissioners, reading all the protocols. Good morning. Good morning. Hamjambo. I'm trying to see how much you've learned, those of you from out there. Hamjambo. Welcome. Now, I want to promise that I'm unlikely to go beyond the 10 minutes, so you don't have to be worried about stopping me, but you can be at liberty to stop me. But I stand here wearing 2 hats. And with that, I hope you will be a bit flexible in the event I go slightly beyond 10 minutes. Now, first, I'm the chairperson of the National Land Commission, Kenya. But I'm also the chairperson of the caucus of chairs of constitutional commissions and independent officers in Kenya. Now, and in that context, I think I'll spend a little more time dealing with the bigger picture about the commissions, the structure, how they are set up, and then just say a few words about the National Land Commission. Now, the constitutional commissions set up in Kenya were set up in the 2010 Constitution. And during the opening ceremony, we had the role that somebody pretty close to the president of this association played in setting up of the 2010 Constitution. Now, that 2010 Constitution set up 15 constitutional commissions and 4 independent offices. And because not all of them are here, just allow me to read them out. As I said, I'll just focus on the bigger picture and a little less on the National Commission. So, under financial prudence and oversight, that is how we have categorized them as a caucus. We have the Commission on Revenue Allocation. We have the Controller of Budget as an independent office. We have the Salaries and the Remuneration Commission, and we have the Auditor General. Under Administrative and Governance Cluster, we have the Public Service Commission, we have the Teachers Service Commission, we have the National Police Service Commission, we have the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, we have the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the National Land Commission, National Cohesion and Integration Commission. Under the Human Rights Cluster, we have the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the National Gender and Equality Commission, Commission on Administrative Justice, Independent Police Oversight Authority, and then under the Justice and Legal Cluster, we have the Judicial Service Commission, Parliamentary Service Commission, the Office of the Attorney General, that is an independent office holder, the Office of the Inspector General of Police, the Director of Public Prosecutions, and then there's one commission that is not strictly constitutional, but the Kenya Law Reform Commission is part of the cluster. Now, the reason I thought I could go through that list is to provide that overview of who we are. We are that many, but we come from the same womb. We were birthed under an article of the Constitution, and that is Article 249 of the Constitution, which gives us what it is that we need to do as independent commissions, independent from the executive, independent from the judiciary, and independent from the legislature. So sometimes, as was stated here by the chief guest, sometimes you are referred to as the fourth arm of government. So under Article 249 of the Constitution, we are enjoined, 1, to protect the sovereignty of the people of Kenya, 2, secure by all state organs of observance of democratic values and principles, and 3, promote constitutionalism. So under Article 249, the commissions are required to exercise independence and to perform their functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. And no person or organ may interfere with their functions as they are subject only to the Constitution and the law. Those are the guiding principles under the Constitution. And we are all guided by that. And we are that number that I have read out. So, having said that, let me appreciate that the Public Service Commission, which is one of us, has invited us as sister or brother commissions. And if you allow me, I know there are those of us who are present, there are chairs who are present, there are CEOs who are present, there are commissioners who are present. so that Public Service Commission and your guests from across the continent can appreciate that you have brothers and sisters present. Can you kindly stand, those of you who are part of that caucus? Chairs, CEOs. Asanteni sana. So the others will speak. We also have some booths out there. Some of us have some booths out there. When you have time, you can go through the booths to get information on our mandates and what we do. Let me also recognize very specially that the choir that has been singing exceptionally is a choir from a sister commission, the Teacher Service Commission. Makofi kwao. So when I say Makofi, for those guests, it is clap. So next time somebody says Makofi, you clap. So thank you very much. So allow me, the President and the Chair of PSC, to thank you for inviting us. We appreciate the importance of sharing, benchmarking, synergy, and collaboration. And on behalf of the CCIOs that I represent, those who are present and those who are not present, we also welcome you warmly, those of you who have come from across the continent. Feel very, very welcome. And I congratulate the Public Service Commission for this landmark event. And as we are here, I believe we will all benchmark in our respective mandates where we are. But if I may say a word or two about one, the theme, innovation and technology. I know this conference ought to have taken place a while back, but certain circumstances caused a delay. But through this, we went through this unique period of COVID, which shook the whole world. But COVID brought about some interesting changes in how we operate. And one of them is focusing more on innovative ways and technology in how we conduct our business. In many of our commissions, mine included, we now conduct 80% of our business virtually, through Zoom and all those other platforms. And that enhances service delivery. Again, on the issue of engaging across the continent, where you are doing a great benchmark, I hope we will learn as independent, Constitutional Commission and independent officers in the country to also work. I don't know if this is supposed to be the 10 minutes. Somebody left a phone here, I think. Am I within the 10 minutes? Yeah, okay, I've not been stopped. Okay, so. Okay, I thought that phone ring was the 10 minutes. All right, so I think it's important that we all pick lessons from this about the benchmarking and collaboration across the continent. On the part of the commission that I represent, the National Commission, we have been having collaboration with commissions mainly around the region, what we call the IGAD region, Uganda, Sudan, Ethiopia, and Somalia. But again, just recently, about 2 weeks ago, we had a visit from the Zimbabwe Land Commission, which also came to benchmark. And we're also having that discussion about how is it that we engage a little more actively across and learn from each other. And it was agreed that Zimbabwe Land Commission is working towards inviting us to a conference similar to this one next year. So with those few remarks, I will just say very briefly, because this may not be very pertinent to these discussions in this forum, in terms of the mandate of the National Land Commission. The National Commission manages public land for national and county governments. So under the devolution that was created by the 2010 Constitution, we have county governments, we have national government, And there's land that will be owned or vested in national government. There's land vested in county governments. And we have the independent mandate of managing that land, advising what should be done with it, allocating land, acquiring land, and so on and so forth. But we also have a wide range of oversight mandates on registration of land, on planning, and we also conduct research on matters of land. But we also have quasi-judicial functions like conducting investigations to historical land injustice matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe I have kept within the 10 minutes, and if there are any minutes left, the next speaker can take a bit more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Since we are using Zambian time, you've actually taken 10 minutes and 32 seconds. There is a request to Your Excellencies to adjust in terms of order of appearance. The Judicial Service Commission has requested that they come first because they have a meeting to which they're supposed to move to. And with your permission, Your Excellencies, I think a precedence has been set. Maybe as you come, please introduce those that you are with from your commission so that we can appreciate those that have accompanied you from the commission. And by the way, in Zambia, makofi means beating someone with fists. So Judicial Service Commission, we can give them a round of applause.
Mr. President, Aapscoms, the Executive Council, and the rest of the participants. Good afternoon. My name is Justice Anthony Mrima. I am a judge of the High Court of Kenya, and I'm a commissioner in the Judicial Service Commission, one of the Chapter 15 constitutional commissions in our constitution. I have been requested to step into the very large shoes of my chairperson, the Honorable the Chief Justice, who, for one reason or the other, was not able to join us, though she had really wanted to be part of this gathering. I'm, however, accompanied by my colleagues, 3 commissioners from the JSC, and one of them is the vice chairperson who has graciously allowed me to step in this position since I'm the newest commissioner in the GSC. His Excellency Isaac Ruto is our vice chairperson. Thank you. Then we have Commissioner Caroline Zelani, and we have Commissioner Evelyn Olwande. This is the team from the Judicial Service Commission. Mr. President, allow me once again to just bring into the context of the place of the constitutional commissions and independent offices in Kenya before I briefly touch on the mandate of the Judicial Service Commission. And for us to be able to clearly understand is to look at where we are from, a brief historical perspective of why we have commissions and independent officers in Kenya. Before we promulgated our constitution, that is before the August of 2010, Kenya as a country had an all-powerful presidency. By then, the president would easily and clearly control the parliament as an arm of government, and the judiciary by then was a state department in the office of the Honorable Attorney General. So it was under the control of the executive as well. That created what we can refer to as an imperial presidency, akin to how it was during the colonialism, where we had colonial governors. Now, when the clamor for a new constitution came in Kenya, Kenyans decided to have a change. Now, the question was, how are we going to clip these powers of the president? Because if we give these powers to the parliament, we'll still be where we are. If we give these powers to the AG, we will not move an inch. If we give these powers to judiciary, still we will not move. And that is when the concept of coming up with independent constitutional commissions and offices was born. Therefore, the purpose of the constitutional commissions, which my brother has listed here, and the independent officers, was to take away, so to say, some powers from the presidency so that we could end up having a president who is more or less a human being. Therefore, these constitutional commissions and independent officers had to be protected from this powerful president. And that is why my brother has referred to an article which ring-fences the independence of these commissions, such that these commissions and independent officers are not answerable to anyone, but only to the Constitution and the law. You will have a look. I'm sure you'll have time to go to some of the exhibition stalls, and you'll interact with the commissions, and you realize that most, if not all, of the functions of these commissions were actually powers of the presidency before the 2010 Constitution. That is where we are as commissions and independent officers in Kenya. Now, one of the commissions which clipped some of the powers, immense powers of the president, was the Judicial Service Commission. And how did it do so? The commission was created, just to be extremely sure, you'll allow me to make a brief reference. And this is because a judge is not supposed to err. So I have to be sure of So in this brief presentation, I will briefly look at the establishment and the mandate of the JSC, the functions of the JSC, brief strategic framework of the Commission, membership and challenges, and I'm sure I'll fit in 10 minutes. As stated, JSC is one of the commissions which is created under Article 171 of the Constitution of Kenya, and it is the highest governance organ in the Kenyan judiciary. This commission is central to the independence, integrity, and efficiency of the judicial system. Now, the mandate of JSC is as follows. 1, it is to promote and facilitate the independence of the judiciary. Briefly, what this means is that the concept of independence of the judiciary is enshrined in the Constitution of Kenya. And it is the duty of all governmental and other institutions to respect and observe the independence of the institution of the judiciary. The Judicial Service Commission, therefore, is charged with the responsibility of ensuring that there is judicial institutional and decisional independency of the judges and judicial officers. What that means is the Judicial Service Commission is supposed to ensure that the institution of judiciary is independent in terms of how it operates, in terms of financials, and how it relates with the other arms of government, because there has to be some level of dependence. And then it is also to ensure that suitable environment is created for judges and magistrates and other judicial officers to decide on matters which come before them without any kind of fear. That is what we refer to the decisional independence. So it is the responsibility of JSC to ensure that the judiciary is independent. It is also the duty or the mandate of the Judicial Service Commission to ensure that judiciary as an institution, both judges and the entire staff, are also accountable to the people of Kenya. So it is the Judicial Service Commission to ensure that judges work, to ensure that you keep to timelines. If you undertake to deliver a decision within a certain period, it is JSC to ensure that it follows you up and ensure that you must render within that time. That's that's enhancing accountability. Because if on one hand you are protected from interference, on the other hand, you must be able to deliver on your mandate. So where there is independence, there must be accountability. That's the mandate of the second mandate of JSC. And the third mandate is to promote and facilitate the efficient, effective, and transparent administration of justice. It is the duty of the Commission to ensure that justice is rendered as required in the entire country. So they have to put in place everything, including the major strides which we have recently made on the technology. I think that's the nexus now between us as a Commission and the running theme of this meeting. If there is a commission, and this one I can authoritatively say because it was affirmed just a few days ago. If there's any commission in the country, an independent office, which has embraced technology, the first one is the Judicial Service Commission. Because at the moment, we conduct all our services online. Courts are run virtually, filings are done online, and they can work anywhere. During tea break, I went to some place and I handled some few matters online. That is the farthest we have come in JSC in embracing technology. So we are very, very relevant in this gathering. That's majorly the mandate of JSC. And briefly, the functions of JSC is one, to recommend to the President persons for appointment as judges, to review and make recommendations on the conditions of service of judges and judicial officers, other than our own remuneration. We do not set. Those are governance issues. We don't set our own remuneration. And we also recommend the remuneration for the staff of the judiciary. The commission also appoints, receives complaints against, investigates, and removes from office or otherwise disciplines registrars, magistrates, and other judicial officers and staff of the institution of judiciary. We also prepare and implement programs for the continuing education and training of judges and judicial officers. We also advise the national government on improving the efficiency of the administration of justice. We receive and consider petitions for the removal from office of judges, and if satisfied that the petition discloses a ground for removal, then we send the petition to the President under some provisions of the Constitution for a tribunal to be formed to hear the case against the judge. That's mainly the functions of the Judicial Service Commission. On the strategic framework, in order to deliver on its mandate, JSC has embraced strategic planning to guide its diverse activities. The Commission is implementing its 2022 to 2027 strategic plan for the next 5 years. We have strategic themes, and JSC strategic plan 2022-2027 has prioritized 5 strategic themes from the situation analysis, and they form the main areas of focus. These themes are: 1, efficient, accountable, transparent, and transformative administration of justice; motivated, professional, dynamic, responsive judges, magistrates, registrars, judicial officers, and staff; financially independent and suitable judiciary and JSC; increased public confidence and trust in JSC; and strengthened institutional capacity. We also have a vision as a commission, and our vision is to be a commission of excellence in promoting an independent, transparent, and accountable judiciary. And our mission is to facilitate an independent and accountable judiciary that is competent, efficient, effective, and transparent in the administration of justice through capacity development and strategic partnerships. The membership of the Judicial Service Commission is provided in the Constitution as well, and it is designed to protect the independence of the judiciary and ensure the aspect of accountability. Apart from the Chief Justice and the Honorable Attorney General, who are members of the Commission by virtue of their offices, the other members of the Commission are either elected or nominated by their respective bodies. And in fact, Mr. President, allow me to apologize to my sister. When I was introducing the members of the Judicial Service Commission, it escaped my mind that one of the members of the commissioners in JSC is actually a member from the Public Service Commission, my sister Charity. So the members are the Chief Justice, who is the chair of the commission, and then there is one Supreme Court judge, one Court of Appeal judge. These are judges elected by their respective courts. And then we have one High Court judge, who is myself, and one magistrate, who is my sister. We are elected through our association, the association known as Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association. Then there is the AG, the Attorney General. Then we have 2 advocates, which are elected by the Law Society of Kenya. And as I've said, 1 person nominated by Public Service Commission, and 2 members, a man and a woman who are not lawyers, appointed by the President with approval of National Assembly to present public interest. That's His Excellency Isaac Ruto and my sister Caroline Zelani. That's the composition of the JSC. One or two last issues on the challenges. There is lack of effective intra-governmental framework for collaboration. The issue of the commission being immersed in so much litigation. There is a delayed enactment of legislation, as we propose in various areas. Financial constraints due to inadequate financial allocation, and also the aspects of inadequate physical infrastructure. That, in a nutshell, is what Judicial Service Commission is in Kenya. Thank you very much. I hope I've kept within 10 minutes. Thank you.
I want to comment on the 10 minutes. But the word contempt of court keeps coming into my mind. So I will not comment on that one. We had omitted to mention Eswatini, but Eswatini will come immediately after Nigeria. So let me request the Public Service Commission, the Teacher Service Commission, and the National Police Service Commission to come one after the other. I will not come and announce, but please just come up front as soon as the other one is done. And these are commissions from Kenya. The Public Service Commission. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. The President of Aapscoms, Dr. Boyani, the Vice Presidents representing the various regions of Aapscoms, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. My name is Charity Kisotu. I am not the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. I am the Vice Chair. And so I'm going to give or run through the mandate of the Public Service Commission on behalf of the chairperson. But before I do that, Mr. Moderator, allow me to just introduce my colleagues from the Public Service Commission who are also here, and I would ask them to be upstanding. So on my left, we have the Secretary and the Chief Executive of the Public Service Commission, Mr. Paul Famba. Thank you. Then we have Commissioner Ambassador Salma Ahmed, Commissioner of the Public Service Commission. Thank you very much. Then we have Dr. Mary Muyandi, the Commissioner with the Public Service Commission. Thank you. Then we have Commissioner Andrew Muriuki, Commissioner with the Public Service Commission. Asante. Then we have finally Dr. Ruben Chirchir, the Commissioner with the Public Service Commission. Thank you. And I would also kindly request the Secretariat to just be upstanding and wave to the delegates in the interest of time. Yeah, there are quite many, you can see. Thank you very much. This is because Public Service Commission of Kenya is actually the host. Distinguished delegates, allow me to give very brief, mandates of the Public Service Commission, and I would want to really start with a brief historical background. As a Public Service Commission, we pride ourselves to be the oldest commission in this country because we even existed before independence. You know, the Public Service Commission was founded in 1954, and it is actually the oldest commission in Kenya. The history predates Kenya independence. The commission then comprised of the chairperson, the vice chairman, and 15 members. That is giving a total of 17 commissioners. The constitutional amendment of 1965 abolished the regional government structure and established a single public service commission under Section 107 of the repealed Constitution of Kenya 1963. And the Public Service Commission had a mandate to manage entry, stay, and exits of civil servants in the entire public service. You know, this included teachers, police, and the judicial staff. So before the new constitution, actually all the civil servants belonged to the Public Service Commission. In the year 2010, and my brother, Justice Anthony Mrima has articulated this very well, Kenyans voted for a new constitution that paved the way to a devolved system of government. And when you look at Article 233 of the Constitution of Kenya in 2010, the commission, that is the Public Service Commission, was reconstituted to its current form with a redefined mandate and with a lean membership of 9 members, from 17 to 9 members. The reconstituted commission consists of the chairperson, the vice chairperson, and 7 members appointed by the president and with the approval of the National Assembly. The commissioners of the Public Service Commission are appointed through a competitive process. Now, the Constitution also establishes the office of the Secretary, who is the Chief Executive of the Commission, and the Secretary is appointed by the commissioners, and he heads the Secretariat. The Constitution created 47 county governments, and the management of the human resources at the county level was placed on the County Public Service Boards and the County Assembly Services Boards, established in accordance with the County Government Act of 2012. And, you know, the Constitution went further and created 5 distinct service commissions, and this includes the Public Service Commission that manages the HR functions within the executive. We also have the Judicial Service Commission that manages the HR functions within the judiciary. We have the Parliamentary Service Commission that manages the HR functions within the legislature. We also have the Teachers Service Commission that manages the HR functions of teachers. And then finally, we have the National Police Service Commission that manages the HR functions of the police service. So briefly, let me run through the mandate of the Public Service Commission. And like I said, Article 233 of the Kenyan Constitutions of 2010, of the Kenya Constitution 2010 established the Public Service Commission as an independent commission, and the mandate is spelled out in Article 234 of the Constitution. When you look at this article, you realize the mandate of the Public Service Commission is very, very broad, because the Constitution has, spelled out about 12 functions, but these functions have continued to expand over time through various legislations that are passed by Parliament. And I would want to speak maybe very, very briefly to those functions that are contained in the Constitution. One of them is that the Public Service Commission, and subject to the Constitution and legislations, has a mandate to establish offices in the public service, and to appoint persons to act or hold those offices. And so the Commission designs the structures, it recruits competent persons in those offices, and ensures that there is an optimum establishment within the public service, with an exception of the state corporations that has its own governance structure, and other offices that the Commission also is exempted by law, like the Teacher Service Commission that manages their human resource functions, and a few other offices. The Commission also has a mandate to exercise disciplinary control and remove persons from the public service. The Commission, has come up with a discipline manual that guides the processes of disciplining civil servants and ensures that the aggrieved persons go through a due process with a fair hearing. Because I think for those who've been around, you are very much aware that Kenyans are very litigious. So the Public Service Commission ensures that before you remove an officer from the office, that officer is given a fair hearing and the due process is followed. The other very key mandate of the Public Service Commission is actually to promote values and principles articulated in Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution throughout the public service. Now, every year, the Commission submits 2 reports to the President and Parliament. One of the reports is the annual report that talks about the operations and the activities of the Commission. The other report is on values and principle that talks about the measures that the public service has put in place to promote national values and principles as envisaged in Article 10 and 232, and the extent to which the public service has complied with these values. The Public Service Commission of Kenya has also a mandate to investigate and monitor the organization of personnel practices in the public service. The Commission has put in place mechanisms of ensuring that where, for example, the Commission has delegated some of its mandate, because the Constitution allows Public Service Commission to delegate its powers and the mandate, it ensures that the common norms and standards are adhered to. Public Service Commission has a duty of promoting common norms and standards across the public service. The Public Service Commission also has a mandate of ensuring that the public service is efficient and effective. PSC ensures that the public service is working, because we all agree that no matter how hard the private sector works, if you don't have an effective public service, then you will not talk of the growth in the economy. And therefore, it is the responsibility of the Public Service Commission to ensure that the public service is functioning, is effective, because the public service is an enabler of economic growth. And what the Public Service Commission of Kenya has done is to institutionalize performance management framework that gives targets and ensures that what gets measured gets done. We also have a mandate of developing human resources across the public service. Public Service Commission ensures that there is continuous capacity building in the service. Talent development. We have an elaborate internship program that exposes fresh graduates to workplace environment. Public Service Commission also reviews and make recommendations to the national government in respect to conditions of service, code of conduct, employee welfare, and also determines the qualifications of jobs requirements. The Commission also hears and determines appeals in respect to county governments on matters HR. The Commission has an appellate jurisdiction and acts as a judicial body for HR disputes emanating from the county governments. And to this end, the Commission has developed county appeals procedures and regulations that guides the Commission on processes of hearing and even determining these appeals efficiently. Public Service Commission also has a mandate to recommend persons to be appointed as principal secretaries. Now, in Kenya, the Public Service Commission does not appoint the principal secretary. It's not the appointing authority of principal secretary. But though it ensures that the competitive process is followed and the Commission recommends suitable candidates to the appointing authority for this matter, who is the president, to actually appoint the principal secretaries. The other very important mandate is that the Commission receives and processes petitions for removal of the Director of Public Prosecution and recommends to the President to appoint a tribunal to investigate the complaints, and this is under Article 158, 2, 3, and 4 of the Constitution. So the Commission receives petitions, and if the complaints meet the threshold articulated under Article 158, then the Commission can actually recommend to the President to form a tribunal to investigate the DPP. The Commission also has a mandate of promoting common norms and standards across the public service. And because of that, that is why the Public Service Commission nominates a person to be represented at the Judicial Service Commission, where I sit as a member myself, and also at the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. The Commission also receives petitions for the removal of the registrar and assistant registrars of political parties in accordance with Section 37 of the Political Parties Act. The Public Service Commission also protects public officers against victimization and discrimination while discharging their mandate in accordance with Article 236 of the Constitution. And like I said, Public Service Commission of Kenya has a very heavy mandate that is given to it by the Constitution, because when you look at lastly, the Constitution even talks about, the Commission has powers or even has a function to perform any other mandate and exercise any powers conferred by national legislations. This mandate of the Public Service Commission has continued to expand. And lately, recently, actually, the Commission was given a mandate to now recruit vice chancellors, deputy vice chancellors of public universities, principal and deputy principals of constituent colleges. And this was an added responsibility, because initially this mandate used to be done by the councils of the various universities. But Parliament, in its own wisdom, actually gave the Public Service Commission this mandate. So as I conclude, because I know I am within my 10 minutes, and allow us because we are the hosts. In conclusion, finally, the Public Service Commission of Kenya remains a citizen-centric public service that aims to transform the public service for efficient and effective service delivery. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a productive and fruitful deliberations, and thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
So we wait for the Teachers Service Commission. We're supposed to run concurrently. So the clue is in conclusion, then you start standing up. So in the interest of time. The next one will be the National Police Service Commission.
Thank you, sir. The President, the Vice Presidents, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Jamlek. I'm a teacher by profession, actually trained to teach science, specifically biology, in high school. Let me take this opportunity to ride on already established protocols and also welcome all of you, Daventry, to Kenya. And allow me to say that as a commission, we are engaged in national exams, still under the ministry, and therefore quite a number of all our senior officers and commissioners are all over, ensuring things are running right. However, I have some members of the Secretariat here. I have Bwana Mumin, who is a Senior Director Administration, representing the CEO here. Thank you. Then allow me to introduce the choir now officially as the chair of the commission. Choir, please, can you stand? And you can hurrate to signify our presence. Those are teachers. That's why they are happy. Allow me to say that the Teacher Service Commission, as the others have already put across, is among the 15 commissions under Chapter 15 of the 2010 Constitution. Having ring on the background, immediately after the independence and even before, the teachers in this country were employed by different entities, the municipalities, the faith-based organizations, and private sector. And therefore, with those varied employers, the terms of service were different. And the teachers' unions came together, and many other forces, and agitated for a common employer. And therefore, in 1967, under the Act of Parliament, TSC was formed as a semi-autonomous government agency under the Ministry of Education. The main purpose was to give teachers in Kenya one employer and uniform terms and the conditions of service. The commissioners and the commission secretary were appointees of the Minister of Education and operated under his general direction or approval. So TSC was one of almost departments within the ministry. The minister was in charge of everything. With the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the TSC became a constitution commission among the 15 commissions and independent offices with both functional and financial autonomy through Article 2.7 of the Constitution, with the mandate for teacher management and teacher regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, under Article 2.7 of the Constitution, the TSC, or the Teacher Service Commission Kenya, is given the following mandates. 1, register all trained persons as teachers in this country. So once the ministry trains the teachers, then the TSC registers them if they have met the minimum qualifications. Those are teachers teaching in pre-units, in primary schools and in high schools, as well as teacher training colleges. Once they register, with the appropriation of budgetary allocation, we recruit and employ these teachers for national government institutions. Because we have others who are registered but employed by private sector, faith-based organizations, and the like. We also assign duties to the teachers who are employed by the Commission into all public institutions in this country, as well as promote them and ensure that we pay them. We are the ones who pay the teachers based on the allocated budgetary provisions. We also institute disciplinary control of our teachers and ensure we follow the law, because we must be fair in whatever we do as an institution. So we take them through the disciplinary process and ensure that that is done right. In case a teacher has done something that is not allowed by the law and the policies, we also terminate employment of teachers and deregister such persons. However, they have a caveat of appealing for review of what has been done to them. And when the cases are listened to, and depending on the magnitude of the issue, we are able eventually to dispense justice to our teachers. We also review the standard of education and training of persons entering the teaching service. What it implies is that we give the minimum requirement for somebody to be a teacher in this country, to teach in both secondary school and also in other levels of basic education. We review the demands for and the supply of teachers in this country, as well as advise the national government on matters related to the teaching profession. On our functions as a commission, we formulate policies to achieve the mandate given to us constitutionally. We also provide strategic direction, leadership, and oversight to the Secretariat, because that's our responsibility to ensure that we give direction to the Secretariat and oversight what the Secretariat do. We also ensure compliance with the teaching standards, manage the teachers' payroll for all the teachers, and we facilitate career progression development of our teaching staff as well as the Secretariat staff. We also monitor the conduct and performance of duties of our teachers across all the learning institutions in this country. As a commission, we operate within a legal framework which includes the Constitution of Kenya 2010. We have the TSC Act. We have various policies that we have developed. We also operate under the Basic Education Act 2013, NEC Act 2013, Children's Act, Public Finance Management Act, Code of Ethics and Regulations of Teachers, and many other legal instruments, because we have to operate within the law, and we have also to operate in relation to even other legal professions by other commissions. Ladies and gentlemen, the commission is composed of 9 commissioners, chaired by the chair. I am the current chairperson, and 8 other commissioners. We have the vice chair and 7 other commissioners. And because of gender balance, the vice chair, if the chair is a gentleman, the vice chair has to be a lady. So you can definitely get that the vice chair now in Kenya is a lady. And we are very conscious of that, because it's very important to give everybody an opportunity. Now, the other thing is that we have a commission secretary, and the commission secretary is definitely an employee of the Teacher Service Commission, and we have the secretariat staff with the many directorates. And I'd like to say that in line with Article 174H of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Commission has decentralized all its functions to the regions, counties, sub-counties, zones, and to the schools to ensure that the services are brought closer to the clients. The TSC Kenya has employed over 403,775 teachers. So I know the Public Service Commission is the mother and the father, but the child or the son has given birth to more children than the parents gave. So I think we might be the largest employer in south of Sahara and north of River Limpopo. I'm here to confirm the numbers. We have distributed these teachers across 2,282 learning institutions, and we have a secretariat staff of 2,947 as per today. And as I've indicated, all these staff are distributed across the entire country. In line with innovation and technological emplacement, we as a commission, we are offering quite a number of services through the e-system services. And these services include, and not limited to, the teacher registration, recruitment, onboarding, transfer, promotion, even discipline. Learning development from Judicial Service Commission, we also listen to discipline online. That is to ensure that we give our teachers the opportunity to be served. What it means is that if you are trained as a teacher in Kenya, or even if you are trained out of this country and you come to register with us, all what you do is go to our portal and go to registration, then you follow the procedures therein, you upload your documents, and they are checked online, and you are given your number online if you have made the minimum qualification. And that one, it has really enhanced service delivery. If a teacher is applying for a transfer like now, the teacher will go to our portal, then apply for transfer, and submit the reasons why he or she is requesting for transfer. That information comes to the headquarters, and it is verified. And if there is a chance where he wants to go, then the teacher is also served online. That implies when the teacher is in class or when the teacher is in the comfort of his home, he or she can definitely use the services without necessarily traveling to headquarters for services that are supposed to be given. Otherwise, in a snapshot, that is the Teachers Service Commission Kenya. Our vision is to have a motivated, ethical, globally competitive teacher. Welcome to the Teacher Service Commission, Kenya. Thank you and God bless.
Before you is Dr. Otwala from the National Police Service Commission, and I'm one of those that when the chair is a man, then the vice chair is a lady. So here I am, a lady from the National Police Service Commission. So to the chair, the president and vice president of Aapscoms, and all dignitaries present, chairmen and CEOs of various commissions, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm here to present the National Police Service Commission chairperson who happened to be away on other duties. And so I'm here to share with you what we do in those areas. As has been espoused, the issues of these constitutions were mainly to promote constitutionalism in areas of the human resource, and these areas included the issues of human rights when we manage our human resources. These issues were concerning fairness in treating our human resources. These issues were concerning inclusivity of our human resources and looking at the issues of Kenyans inclusive in our public services. This then went to areas of regional balance. How do we do that? How do we come up with policies that would help us to achieve this? And of course, the areas of sovereignty that has been espoused. We were coming from a history in this country where many Kenyans were feeling not included in the public service. And as has been said by judiciary, there was need, therefore, to look at how can we enhance all these constitutional issues in this public service. Before I proceed, I'm here with my CEO and my director and other staff of the National Police Service Commission. They are somewhere here. Thank you very much for the support. Nikirekea utanirudisha. The National Police Service Commission is one of those commissions that were birthed from the Public Service Commission, where they felt that the police were not getting enough attention in this crowded family. I was part of that bigger family, so I was also shipped to this new one when it came. It's under Article 246 of the Constitution, and the police were also clamoring for their own constitutional commission that would look more deeply into their matters. So which are these mandates that they were given? The National Police Service Commission exists to recruit, appoint persons to hold or act in offices in the National Police Service, to confirm appointments, determine promotions and transfers within the National Police Service, observe due process, exercise disciplinary control, and remove persons holding or acting in offices within the service. And of course, perform any other functions prescribed by the national legislations. Those are the mandates, and when we come to the functions, again, mirroring on the public service, most of it we were to keep under review all matters relating to standards of qualifications required of members of the National Police Service, with the advice of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, determine the appropriate remuneration and benefits for the service. We were to approve applications for engagement by police officers in trade and other businesses in accordance with the law relating to matters of leadership and integrity under Article 6 and 80 of the Constitution. We were to cooperate with other state agencies, departments, and commissions on any matter that the commission considered necessary, and provide the terms and conditions of service and procedure for recruitment and discipline measures for civilian members of the National Police Service. There are those who work alongside the policemen to support their work, and these are not necessarily policemen. They are civilian, but they work within the National Police Service Commission to offer support to the police service. And then exercise disciplinary control and persons holding or acting in office of the service, promote the values and principles referred to in Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution, and ensure that the service is efficient and effective, hear and determine appeals from members of the service, develop policies and provide oversight over those services. We were to investigate, monitor, and evaluate the organization, administration, and personnel practices of the service, then receive or refer civilian complaints to the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the Director of Public Prosecution on Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission as may be necessary. In view, we are also supposed to review and make recommendations to the national government in respect of conditions of service, code of conduct, and qualifications of officers in the National Police Service. Then evaluate and report to the President, the National Assembly, the extent to which the values and principles referred in Article 10 and 232 are complied with, and then monitor and evaluate the performance of the National Police Service. All these excellencies have been the mandate and functions of this commission, and a lot of work has gone in. A lot of achievements achieved. Is fairly one of the young constitutional commissions, and the environment in which we work is security sector. So that gives us a bit of a challenge when it comes to real human resource function. But we live up to that expectation of the Kenyan people and try to manage that service that is very sensitive and very particular. Several things have been achieved in the period from 2010. Actually, the first commission was put in place in 2012, and a lot has been achieved in the area of recruitment and digitalizing the recruitment processes. We are now able to recruit online. I think the last recruitment we did this year of over 1,500 people were done online. We are now hearing appeals, a hearing actually. And given what was in the backlog, we are thanking God for digitalization that came. And at the same time, we are able to do this with our staff. We are able to hear disciplinary processes for those senior officers in the service. Again, this has been done very well. And the automation has really helped the commission or the service to achieve its mandates. We are decentralizing to the various regions of this country so that we are nearer the people that we serve and we can reach them when we need them. We are mirroring a lot on the Public Service Commission. That was our mother commission, but I think we may outgrow the mother very soon. So we thank God for this opportunity that we are able to exchange ideas with the rest of you who are from other countries, and we are also ready to learn from you whatever is going on in your areas that we can emulate. So we are grateful to be here. As I said, that commission is fairly young, and we are given to the mandate and the functions that we have. The commission consists of various members as determined by the Constitution, but mainly I think the major area here is to mention that the police have a lot of, a big chunk of that commission. 5 of them, including the DIG present, the DIGs of that of the National Police Service, plus 2 members who are previously or retired police senior officers are members of this commission. They are only supplemented with a few of us who are not police, and this is a person who is qualified to be appointed as a High Court judge, 3 persons of integrity who have served in the public service with distinction, and I qualified there. And so we thank God that this is a new commission, is getting inroads into what it's supposed to do, and we are happy to be here. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
The President of Aapscoms, Vice President, West Africa Region, Vice President, East Africa Region, Chairpersons, Commissioners, and CEOs of the various commissions, both from Kenya and our guests from all over Africa. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Standing before you, my name is Mercy Wambua, Commission Secretary, CEO, Commission on Administrative Justice, the Office of Ombudsman, Kenya. It is with immense honor that I stand before you today to briefly talk about the Commission on Administrative Justice. The Commission on Administrative Justice, which is the Office of Ombudsman, Kenya, is anchored on Article 59(4) and Chapter 15 of the Constitution, and established by the Commission on Administrative Justice Act 2011. The mandate of the Commission extends both national and county level. And the mandate of the Commission is twofold: the enforcement of administrative justice in the public sector and promotion of right to information. The governance of the Commission constitutes of the chairperson and 2 commissioners. Since the Commission was established after the 2010 Constitution, we have had 2 sets of commissioners. The first set, led by currently the Honorable Otiende Amolo, and the second set, led by the chairperson, Honorable Florence Kajuju, whose term came to an end in August this year. We are currently in the process of bringing on board new commissioners through the competitive appointment process elaborated in the Constitution and in the Constitutive Act. Hence the reason why I'm stepping in the great shoes of our chairperson and commissioners in their absence. The 2 commissioners, one of them becomes the vice chairperson, and the other one becomes the commissioner in charge of access to information. They serve for a 6-term, full-time, non-renewable period. It's unfortunate that their term come to an end at the same time, but recently when the President was receiving the exit report of the commissioners whose term recently came to an end, did mandate the Office of the Attorney General to ensure that there is legislative reform to see it that there is these changes, that we don't have to have all the commissioners' term come to an end, leaving a temporary vacuum while recruitment is ongoing. The Commission has its headquarters in Nairobi and with regional offices, 8 regional offices across the country. And also, we have presence in 12 Huduma Service Center points at various Huduma centers. This is a concept in Kenya where we bring government services under one roof. And through that, we are able to reach more Kenyans through the Huduma centers. Regarding the mandate and function of the Commission does resolution of public complaints, basically on maladministration, including abuse of power, unfair treatment, and responsiveness, among others. Towards this, the Commission undertakes inquiries into these complaints when they are filed, and also sometimes takes on motion, that is suo motu matters, on public interest without necessarily having been invoked by any member of public. In the last 6 years, the Commission has handled close to 20,000 complaints and over 40,000 complaints since its inception, with an overall resolution rate of 59.8%. And overall, since 2018, the complaints resolution rate has grown from 31.8% to 65.6% by the end of the financial year 2023-2024. In line with the theme of this conference and the use of technology, the Commission does receive complaints through an online system that we call Complaints Management Information System that we are using to ensure that members of public can be able to reach us wherever they are. The Commission also undertakes investigations into complaints of maladministration, to ensure that we find out whether there are specific or systemic problems that the public sector could be facing. We have been able to conduct various investigations that have unearthed systemic issues facing specific institutions. For instance, last year we undertook a systemic investigation on the plight of Kenyan immigrant workers in Saudi Arabia and manifest injustice in the issuance of passports by the Department of Immigration, among other investigations. The Commission reviews appeals on access to information. That is, when a citizen is denied access to information as provided for under the Constitution, then they file applications for review before the Commission. The Commission does consider those applications, and if it finds that the information should be provided within the law, makes orders for the release of the information. This mandate cuts across both the national government as well as private sector. And the Commission under this mandate issues binding orders. The powers vested under the access to information are binding. Those orders are binding just as court orders of the High Court, and enforcement is done in the High Court. This is different from the on the resolution of public complaints on maladministration, where the Commission issues recommendation as opposed to orders that we issue under access to information. Additionally, the Commission issues advisory opinions or proposals on improvement of public administration. To achieve this, a lot of research is done to inform on the advisory opinions on matters relating to public interest. For instance, the Commission recently issued advisory opinion on misuse of public resources for private gain and on enhancing road safety measures. The Commission is in charge of 2 indicators in the National Performance Contracting Framework, which has been mentioned by the Public Service Commission. And the Commission does receive quarterly reports from ministries, departments, and agencies on resolution of public complaints and implementation of service charters. The Commission consequently issues compliance certificates at the end of each financial year, which forms part of the overall score granted on performance of public and institutions. The Commission also works with government institutions to promote the use of alternative dispute resolution in resolution of complaints relating to public administration. Very many times the Commission is called upon by institutions when they are facing conflict within or in the institution or among institutions, and the Commission acts as the arbiter through mediation, negotiation, conciliation, to ensure that these complaints or disputes are resolved away from court. The Commission conducts public inquiries also towards unearthing matters of maladministration and what could be the root causes of those cases of maladministration. Recently, the Commission undertook a public inquiry on problems of Kenyan citizens or problems facing Kenyan citizens when obtaining legal identity documents in our border countries, a case study of Wajir County in the year February 2024. This report highlights a range of systemic and practical obstacles hindering residents from obtaining legal identity. The Commission also promotes public awareness of policies and administrative procedures on matters relating to administrative justice. We use different approaches to be able to reach all Kenyans and to sensitize them about their rights and how they can be able to get redress in the event that their rights have been violated. Through Baraza's social media platform, Ombudsman Mashinani platform that we have been able to establish. And according to a recent survey by Infotac, awareness of Commission and its mandate has increased from the year 2018 to 2020 from 28% to 44% respectively. The Commission also has a mandate to facilitate the setting up of and build complaints handling capacity in public service. This means that we just don't sit and wait for complaints to be filed. We build the capacity of the institutions themselves to be able to resolve those complaints when they are reported to them. In the last 6 years, the Commission has trained over 18,000 public officers drawn from ministries, departments, agencies, and counties on complaints resolution and setting up of grievance redress mechanism systems, as well as systems to address access to information. The Commission works with both the national, regional, and international institutions to build synergy. I am happy to see most of the institutions here, several of them, we've been able to host you. Thank you for choosing us to be your host in Kenya. And even next week, we are going to be hosting our colleagues from Zimbabwe, Human Rights Commission, to share experiences and learn from each other on best practices. The achievements that I've highlighted have not been without various challenges. The Commission continues to face financial constraints due to limited budget, inadequate legal framework, and the culture of secrecy, impeding access to information, just to highlight a few. With those remarks, I look forward to a fruitful engagement as we continue to learn from each other. Thank you very much.
I was giving a note to say you still have 30 minutes. Your Excellencies, we are into lunch. There's a lot that has to be learned, and we've just had a glimpse of what we could learn from Kenya. The exchange of ideas continues even after lunch, throughout the day, and throughout the period we'll be here. We expect that conversations will start. As at now, we will adjourn for lunch, and the Master of Ceremony will come back and announce how we proceed. But immediately after lunch, we'll have presentations from Lesotho, Nigeria, and Eswatini in that order, and we'll announce them subsequently. Enjoy your lunch. The Master of Ceremony will announce how we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, as announced, we are going to head for lunch at the Nyamachoma restaurant. It's just behind. We use this route, and then we go around. You'll see it. Nyamachoma simply means roasted meat. And I can assure you, it is very well roasted. There will be meal vouchers at the point of the wet towels. So you'll find some members of staff there to guide you on that. While we exit, the Public Service Commission Choir will take the stage to entertain us briefly. And I also need to announce that right now it's 1:20 p.m. and I had been told that we're supposed to resume at 2, but from my office, I may decide to add some 10 minutes. Is 2:10 okay? Can we come back at 2:10? Yes, sir, Mr. President. Wow, His Excellency the President has intervened. Without further ado, I give you up to 2:30 so that you enjoy Nyamachoma very well. All right? And so for now, allow me to call Madam Caroline Zilani from Judicial Service Commission to pray for the lunch, and then we exit. We will let our guests go first, and then we will follow.
Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we come before you this wonderful moment with thanksgiving in our hearts. We thank you for this far you've brought us through the session since morning till this time. Father, as we walk out to go have our lunch, we want to thank you for your provision. Thank you for the hands that have prepared the meal that is before us. As we go partake of it, we ask you to be in our midst. Bless it, sanctify it, Lord, and may it be of nourishment to our bodies. This we pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Public Service Commission Choir, please entertain us as the guests proceed for lunch.
Where have you come from? Kuna sauti mbaya nitaitoa hapo. Na mkwe na dance hapa nani badala ni conduct na dance tena. Tutajipanga. Ukijikuta tu umedance. Jerusalem lazima nikuja. Yes.
Check. Yes. 1, 2. All the way to South Africa. Dume.
Ibunisa molwenyonge molweria Ibunisa molwenyonge molweria Ibunisa dumelanyonge dumelaria dumelisa dumelanyonge dumelaria dumelisa dumelanyonge dumelaria dumelisa dumelanyonge dumelaria dumelisa Dumelisa, dumelanyonge, dumelaria, dumelisa, dumelanyonge, dumelaria, dumelisa, dumelanyonge, dumelaria, dumelisa. Jerusalema, 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 umuzi owanyayo. Jerusalema, 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 umuzi owanyayo. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi owanyayo siya siya siyokutandazelela Jerusalem, 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 omunzi owanyayo siya siya siyakutandazelela Jerusalem, 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 omunzi owanyayo siya siya kutandazelela Jerusalem, 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 omunzi owanyayo siya siya zelela Jerusalem, 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 umunzi owanyayo.
Good.
Uongozi ndio uwezo uliopewa na watu wa kuwahudumia wahitaji yao na kushughulikia maslahi yao. Uongozi watoka wapi? Uongozi watoka kwake Baba Mwenyezi Mungu, kwa wateule wake aliyewateua kuwaongoza watu kwa mapenzi yake, tupate uhuru katika nchi ya Kenya. Tumebarikiwa sana, wana viongozi wa busara sana, watoa shukrani kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Nasi wananchi Kenya sote tunalo jukumu la kulinda nchi yetu na kumsaidia kiongozi wetu katika kazi yake ya kujenga nchi. Nasi wananchi Kenya sote tunalo jukumu la kulinda nchi yetu na kumsaidia kiongozi wetu katika kazi yake ya kujenga nchi. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. 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 Nchi nzuri sana, lazima tuilinde. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tusikubali wachochezi waiharibu Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Wananchi wote wa Kenya tuheshimu mamlaka, kwa sababu uwezo wote watoka kwa Mungu juu. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tukitaka maendeleo katika nchi yetu, ni lazima tuungane sote tujenge nchi yetu. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tuungane na viongozi tukijenga taifa. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tuungane na CEO wetu tukijenga tume. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Uongozi maana yake, uongozi ndio uwezo uliopewa na watu wa kuwahudumia mahitaji yao na kushughulikia maslahi yao. Uongozi watoka wapi? Uongozi watoka kwake Baba Mwenyezi Mungu, kwa wateule wake aliyewateua kuwaongoza watu kwa mapenzi yake. Yesu salabani chini yetu mkombozi wetu. Kahidi uzima milele kwa wote wampokeao. Kahidi uzima milele kwa wote wampokeao. Yesu salabani Yesu salabani yetu mkombozi wetu. Dhambi zako Bwana zingoja, zipeleke msalabani kwake. Dhambi zako Bwana azingoja, zipeleke msalabani kwake. Yesu chini yetu huyu Yesu msalabani akafa kwa ajili yetu. Mkombozi wetu. Wingangane langame kwezi winwele simakade. Langane kwezi winwele simakade. Wingangane langame kwezi winwele simakade. Kwezi winwele simakade. Oh winwele 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 Lemtola 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 Ongi Simbayo Uwele Simankade Lemtola Lemtola Ongi Simbayo Uwele Simankade Lemtola Lemtola Ongi Simbayo Uwele Simankade Uwele Simankade Shoot. Oh, you lift my heavy burdens. You are holy Lord of Lords. You lift my heavy burdens. You are holy Lord of Lords. You lift my heavy burdens. You are holy Lord of Lords. You lift my heavy burdens. You are holy Lord of Lords. Oh, you are holy. You are holy. You are holy. You are holy Lord of Lords. You are holy. You are holy. You are holy. You are holy Lord of Lords. wangu wastahili sifa Bwana.
Ulibeba mzigo wangu wastahili sifa Bwana.
Ulibeba mzigo wangu wastahili sifa Bwana.
Ulibeba mzigo wangu wastahili sifa Bwana.
Wastahili,
wastahili, wastahili sifa Bwana.
wastahili,
Wastahili, wastahili, wastahili sifa Bwana.
Aniwara nono ruta anapaki Yesu jawara.
Nono roda anabaki Yesu jawa.
Niwara nono ruta anapaki Yesu jawara.
Nono roda anabaki Yesu jawa.
Anapaki
Yesu jawa.
Anapaki
Yesu jawa. Anabaki Yesu jawa.
uongozi maana yake.
Uongozi ndio uwezo uliopewa na watu
kwa wateule wake
kuwaongoza watu mapenzi yake, tangu tupate uhuru katika nchi ya Kenya. Tumebarikiwa sana kupata viongozi wa busara sana. Twatoa shukrani kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, nasi wananchi Kenya wote tunalo jukumu la kulinda nchi yetu na kumsaidia viongozi wetu katika kazi yake ya kujenga nchi. Nasi wananchi Kenya wote tunalo jukumu la kulinda nchi yetu na kumsaidia viongozi wetu katika kazi yake ya kujenga nchi. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. 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 Kenya nchi nzuri sana, lazima tuilinde. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tusikubali wachochezi waiharibu Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Wananchi wote wa Kenya tuheshimu mamlaka, kwa sababu uwezo wote watoka kwa Mungu. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tukitaka maendeleo katika nchi yetu, ni lazima tuungane sote tujenge nchi yetu. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara, sote tunajivunia. Tushangilie Kenya. Kenya ni imara.
Afrika. Tuungane na mheshimiwa kutoka kule Ghana. Oh, vigelegele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Vigelegele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Tuungane na Madam Yani tukijenga tume. Tuungane na chairman wetu huyo Bwana Mushiri. Oh, vigelegele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Vigelegele na nderemo tushangilie Kenya. Uongozi maana yake, uongozi ndio uwezo uliopewa na watu wa kuwahudumia mahitaji yao na kushughulikia maslahi yao. Uongozi watoka wapi? Uongozi watoka kwake Baba Mwenyezi Mungu, kwa wateule wake aliyewateua huwaongoza watu kwa mapenzi yake.
Thank you very much. That was Public Service Choir, ladies and gentlemen. Makofi tena kwao tafadhali. Public Service Choir was formed 3 years ago. They have done big things. They have performed in presidential events, and they take pride in having one of the best lead vocalists in this country, Mr. Victor Onyango. Victor, can you do something? Thank you very much. So we are about to kick off with the second session. If I can appeal to you to just take your seats for now, I will call you again. I will also call the TSC choir. They are very much on standby. They told me they do not have many songs left now. They have sung almost all of them. They only have around 400 songs left. So I will give them a chance. So before we kick off, I kindly request that we move forward so that we do not have gaps in between. So if possible, please move to the seat ahead of you or in front of you. I would also want to mention that we have lavatories outside there on my right. You'll find some of them. And for the VIPs, we have some on my right. On the left side, outside, anyone can use, but for the VIPs, you can use the ones outside here to the left. Thank you very much. Without further ado, allow me, Mr. President, now to invite once again the Secretary, Aapscoms, Mr. Derek Winner, to continue with this session now that we are very, very lively. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. We decided to make the microphones just a little bit louder after lunch, just so that in case there's any dozing around, the microphones can help. So, as outlined earlier, we'll proceed. And allow me to now invite the chairperson, Public Service Commission of Lesotho, who will be immediately followed by the Teaching Service Commission, and immediately after, the Local Government Service Commission. A big hand.
Thank you, Dr. Winner, and good afternoon, colleagues. I have two of my colleagues with me, and we have our Deputy Secretary from the Lesotho Public Service Commission in our midst. Commissioners Dr. Nzike and Commissioner Ranue, Lemema Bofukeng, can you please make yourselves visible? Thank you. That's the delegation of the Lesotho Public Service Commission. Mine should be a very brief one because what I'm going to be sharing with you, I'm actually stealing part of the presentation that the Lesotho Public Service Commission through Dr. Nzike will be making tomorrow. So I'm just going to rush over it. History indicates that Public Service Commission Lesotho was established as far back as 1962 to advise colonial resident commissioner on appointments, localization, promotion, and discipline of public officers. It was in 1966, after we gained independence, that the PSC then started performing executive functions relating to appointments, promotions, separations, and disciplinary matters. In 1970, the constitution of the country was suspended because of political instability, and the commission became advisory to the master of the Public Service Office that was then established. In 1993, Lesotho gained back a democratic rule, and consequently the commission retained or regained its executive functions once more. The mandate of the Public Service Commission Lesotho, like I've indicated already, is to select persons to hold office in the public service, handle all other HR-related matters, inclusive of appointments, confirmations, separations. Separations can take form of retirements, resignations, and dismissals. And maybe when it comes to dismissals, I should haste to mention that dismissals only come to the commission for noting, since we have delegated the power to, my gadget is playing tricks on me here, but I think I'll get there. We have delegated the disciplinary power to heads of line ministries. We thought the I'll have to take a longer route. Just bear with me. I'll be okay shortly, yes. We have delegated the disciplinary issues to head of line ministries, because we think that is part and parcel of them managing the human resource. So normally that comes to the commission, the commission just checks that there was a fair hearing, the disciplinary was conducted, and then we just note that, yes, indeed, this officer has to leave the service. The Public Service Commission, like I said, is an independent institution established under the provisions of the Lesotho Constitution of 1993, which provides that commission shall consist of the chairman and not less than 2 nor more than 4 other members, who shall be appointed by the King, acting in advice of the Judicial Service Commission. The institutional arrangement under the same section 136 of the Constitution, we find the chairman, and we find those 2 or not more than 4 members whom I've stated that are appointees of the King through the advice of or recommendation of the Judicial Service Commission. We do have the Secretariat, like I mentioned, that we have our Deputy Secretary with us here, and the Secretary is the head and Chief Accounting Officer of the Secretariat that serves the Commission. The mandate also emanates from the Constitution itself, and it provides that, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the power to appoint persons to hold or act in offices in the public service, including the power to confirm appointments and the power to terminate appointments of such persons, save the power to discipline and terminate appointments of such persons for disciplinary reasons, is vested in the Public Service Commission. I have earlier on talked to the reason why we saw the need to leave the power to discipline with head of line ministries in the form of principal secretaries. In our carrying out of our mandate, we are still very we still do a lot of paper work. I've lost the word when I'd say we are still manual. That's the right word, right? We are still very manual in carrying out our functions. There's still a lot of paper movement that moves, paperwork that moves from one desk to the other. And you can be rest assured that that does impact on our turnaround. It takes a bit of time for us to complete our assignments. I will not dwell on to that, except to mention that we are yet to digitalize. We have started like, for instance, now I don't want to talk about the things. I'm trying to avoid what she will be saying. So let me not tell you the things that we have tried to put in place to curb that, just to whet your appetite, so that you keep your appetite, looking forward to hear to what Dr. Nzike will be saying. And then there's the entry and advancement into the public service. That now we only get from the Constitution as the higher body, the mandate, the establishment of the commission, but we also have other pieces of legislation that we rely on as we carry out the mandate as outlined by the Constitution of Lesotho. Amongst them, or the main one being the Public Service Act itself. It guides us on the work that I think is our core mandate of appointing the public servants. It directs us, it mandates us to that such appointments should be based on merit, considering the following: ability, qualifications, knowledge, skill, and aptitude after a fair competition, which assures that all citizens of Lesotho receive equal opportunity. I'm sure my colleagues, the commissioners, will agree with me that half the time that becomes a challenge. We always have to find some defense mechanisms from the outside intruders who want to sway us from making sure that we played by the law, we played by the book. We try our best to stick to that. It's not easy, but we try. Terms of appointment into the Lesotho Public Service take the following forms and shape. We have permanent and pensionable terms, we have contract terms, temporary terms, we even have casual laborers. The permanent and pensionable terms, an officer serves a probation period of 12 months, and then after that, the file has to go back to the commission, and the HR and the head of the department has to convince the commission that such an officer has indeed passed the probation, and yes, we can go ahead and now appoint such an officer into permanent and pensionable terms. The contracts normally are earmarked for officers, like, you know, when after elections ministers come into office, those are normally core terminus, just to because they come and we have to help them to get officers as quickly as we can, and there's no need for, if you are attached to the minister who is not a permanent officer, then you are on contract. But that's not the only place where you'll find contractual appointments. I'm also on a contract myself. I've illustrated how we are appointed. Maybe that's where what I missed out was that those appointments by the king are on contractual terms. Temporary appointments, we find that they are just for those services that are not intended to exceed 6 months, just some time when the line ministries need some self, maybe to transition into change or something. That's when you find that they just need some temporary staff to help them settle whatever they need to settle. The sad part is that all that still comes to the commission, including the casual laborers, just to offload the truck when the schools open at the Ministry of Labor. They still have to come to the commission. The only relief we have is that we don't interview them, but the commission has to be consulted. Then we have to issue a minute that, yes, those appointments can go on. Otherwise, without the minute of the commission, in Lesotho, the Minister of Finance will not release funds, you will not get your salary if the commission had not authorized your appointment, irrespective of nature of that appointment. Like all other commissions, we have the legal framework that guides us as we carry out our constitutional mandate. I will not labor on that. Like I said, we'll be sharing that paper, so all these things that I'm saying will be part of that paper, so you, even the pieces that I've just skipped, you'll have an opportunity to find them in Dr. Nzike's paper. Let me just quickly, he's still not looking at me, that says I'm still fine. Talk to the challenges that we face as the Commission. The job descriptions, we don't do advertisements, they are done by line ministries. The job descriptions are supposed to be standard and be done at the office at the Ministry of Public Service. But you'll find that the line ministries try to play tricks on the Commission here. So we have to scrutinize, sometimes we even have to check with that office whether this is, because sometimes when you've been in the game for quite some time, you can tell when a job description has been twisted. Sometimes you see that this one is designed to fit a particular individual in the ministry. So those are the challenges that we have to keep our eyes to. We've also picked up that the HR cadre is not doing what it should be doing. We suspect that not good file auditing takes place in the line ministries. They wait until an officer is due for retirement, and that's when they start perusing. So you find that the files, a lot of things, it's only then that they'll find that the files are not in order and everything. The performance appraisals, also I think officers who are tasked to deal with that are very lazy officers. They go to an extent, you can see that this is the same performance appraisal form that was filled like 2-3 years ago. They just change the dates and then resubmit when maybe an officer is coming for interview or something. Like I said, I think you could also tell from the kind of appointments that I said we do. Currently, we do interviews from grade B. That is, we have grade A, the lowest, then grade B is also a smaller grade, but the Public Service Commission interviews from that level to the level of grade M. But for principal secretaries, we don't conduct interviews per se. However, their names are submitted also to the Public Service Commission. We scrutinize the file, and then we recommend to the Prime Minister whether to proceed with the appointment or not. We have since recovered that we lack tools that enhance transparency in the election process. In as much as we don't do shortlisting per se, like I said, we don't advertise them. Line ministries advertise and they shortlist, they bring the shortlist to us. We have the powers to go back to the shortlist, review it, but we think we still have to put in place some measures and tools that will enhance transparency in that regard. What we are doing with these challenges, so far we have in place a draft of delegation of powers to guide head of departments to appoint officers from grade A to E. We want to do away with the interviewing of the smaller positions. So we intend to delegate. We had delegated, so far only grade A had been delegated to head of line ministry. So we want to increase, at least go to grade E so that we relieve ourselves from a burden of interviews that we are currently experiencing. I know I didn't talk much to our legal framework, but we are also looking on it to review the Public Service Commission rules, the ones that we are using now. Don't tell them I told you that they date as far back as 1970. We are now introducing, we are trying to perfect the system. We have adopted what we call competency-based interviews framework. That is why we are saying let's not bother the lower grades, because this form of interview really makes sense when you talk to the grades that at least from managerial stage upwards. So that is where we are going. Currently, there are some constitutional reforms before Parliament. We have submitted as Public Service Commission. We are, I think, I was already here when I got from one of the MPs showing me how the draft bill is when it's submitted to Senate this week. So we are hopeful that it will soon be done and away with, and then the intention now is for us to come up with a Public Service Commission Act, because we still don't have that. And we hope that with that we'll be able to help the HR that I'm saying we think it's not doing very well. We were hopeful that we can change from the executive character that we are to play an oversight role and then have some professional clusters below the commissioners to carry out the interviews, so that we are able to help the line ministries to get the HR matters correct. With that long remarks, that we now thank you for the opportunity.
Dumelang bomme le bontate. Le a phela kapa le phetse hantle. Re teng ntate. I think those who understood what I was saying was speaking with the Sesotho words, greetings. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Like other people who came before me, let me pay my respect to the president of the Aapscoms, the vice presidents, chairpersons of the commissions, and the secretaries, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I've already said it in Sesotho. Maybe before I can start, I have to request the people I'm with to stand, and you should know them. Please. She is Mayor Dineo Mapaulosi Lepota. She's a commissioner. Me Devnile Bese, the Secretary to the Teaching Service Commission. I am Hatu Gelongoka, the chairperson of the Teaching Service Commission in Lesotho. And professionally, by birth and training, I'm a teacher. Program director, I hope I'll have chance to say all I have here, and you're not going to give me a note to say it's enough. Now, I'm going to talk about founding of the Teaching Service Commission, functions of the Teaching Service Commission, functions of the Teaching Service Commission Secretary, Teaching Service Department, categories of employment, process of appointment of teachers, successes, some challenges. Then I'll conclude. The role of the Teaching Service Commission in Lesotho, which most of the time I'll refer to as Teaching Service, TSC. The role of the Teaching Service Commission starts with its establishment. The TSC was established in 1997. Its establishment is based on Section 144 in brackets of the Constitution of Lesotho and the Education Act of 1995. The 1995 Education Act was repealed through Education Act number 3 of 2010 as amended. According to the Act of TSC, it consists of 5 members appointed by the Minister of Education. 3 from the government and 2 from the main churches or the bigger churches. Bigger in the sense of numbers, not years. How many schools each has. Now, the functions or a mandate of the commission. According to the Education Act of 2010 as amended, Section 42(1) in brackets, the TSC performs the following duties and responsibilities. It appoints teachers and non-teaching staff in the TSD and the schools. It promotes teachers, demotes teachers, transfer teachers, and remove teachers from office who are employed by the government. It confirms teachers in their appointments after a probation of a period of 2 years. The TSC also holds a consultation meeting with stakeholders, e.g., school boards, proprietor, teachers, school secretaries, and when necessary. Here I have to explain that when we talk of proprietors, we are talking about schools owned by different churches. Now, we have to note that the TSC performs these functions on teachers whose salaries are paid by government And currently, the TSC serves 1,430 primary schools, 350 post-primary schools, 39 TVETs, 8,907 primary schools, 4,284 post-primary schools, and 82 TVETs instructors. Functions of the secretary is to take the minutes of the commission, keep records, facilitate implementation of the decisions of the commission, monitoring all processes necessary for the smooth running of the commission, liaising between the commission and the teaching service department, TSD, like I said, liaising again between the commission and other stakeholders such as the Minister of Education, proprietors, educational secretaries, school boards, and teachers. The Teaching Service Department, TSD, as the Secretariat of TSC, according to Section 33, 3 in brackets of the Education Act 2010, the TSD forms the Secretariat of the Commission. As such, its functions are as follows: receiving requests from employment from school boards, screening of submissions at district level, preparing submissions from presentation to the commission, paying teachers' salaries and terminal benefits. Categories of employment of teachers. Under the 2 levels of education, namely primary schools and post-primary schools, the employment of teachers falls under the following categories: employment of permanent and pensionable teachers. In this case, there are established positions in which teachers are engaged indefinitely. Secondly, substitute temporary teachers. This is a situation where teachers are engaged for a short and specified period of time. For an example, standing in for someone who is on maternity leave. Acting appointment, this is a case where a teacher is not employed substantively, but just to hold or keep the fort or the work going on. Now I'm going to talk about the process of appointment of teachers. The school declares a vacancy at the district education office. The human resource at district level submits the vacancy declaration to the Director of Human Resources at the Teaching Service Department, TSD, like I said. The Director of Human Resource at the TSD verifies availability of funding with Organizational Development, OD unit, the way we are saying it. The DHR TSD compiles drafts and advert or circular. The DHR seeks authorization from peers, basic education to advertise. Following authorization of the advert or a circular is published. District Human Resource Officers collects applications and prepares an analysis of the applicant's information. District Human Resource submits analysis of applicants to school boards. The board interviews the candidates and recommend 6 shortlisted candidates or less in order of preference to the TSC to appoint. In this particular issue, we have to be clear that when a circular is made, many people do apply because we really have a lot of teachers who are not working. Then applications will go to the district for assessment and analysis. After that, they will submit maybe a choice of 12 out of 30 or 40 applicants to the boards for interview. Then the boards will give us 6. The TSC considers and discusses the submission from the boards and finally makes a decision to appoint one of the 6 or so candidates recommended by the boards. Our successes is attainment of power to appoint non-teaching staff, appointment of 11,223 teachers since its establishment in 1997. We take it as a success. Improvement of cooperation between the TSC and educational secretaries. Maybe let me explain educational secretaries. Like I said, the churches will appoint somebody who is responsible to run the schools, and are called educational secretaries. Sensitization of educational secretaries on their mandate, because some come from schools as teachers. We have to sit down with them and actually not teach, but discuss with them their mandate, because they are the ones responsible for the school teachers. We have few challenges, but like the Deputy President has said, we are still going manually. Shortage of office space and equipment. We need to put on a budget for essential clerical items, e.g. stationery and others. And actually, we need to make a budget to attend the conferences like this one. In this particular case, let me applaud, and I think you are going to thank her, the Deputy President. She made it clear that we should come here, and she played, her and the team, they played a major role to make us come here. And I'm told that Dr. Nziki has started to mobilize other commissions so that we can form an association, the local one. And I can assure you from here, we are going to help her. Next time when Lesotho comes, we'll take the whole 5 hours like Kenya has done. Now, school, we have challenges at schools. At school level, the boards continue to challenge the Commission's decision on appointment of teachers. They don't understand, if they don't, or they pretend that they don't understand, because their role is to submit people that we can choose It's recommendation. For us, we make a decision. But when we have made a decision of the teachers they have recommended, they will say, we don't like this one. Then we say, but we don't know. The ball was on your court. Why didn't you say it? The absenteeism and desertion by teachers, it is terrible. Sexual harassment of learners by teachers. Some unqualified and underqualified teachers in the system teaching service. The country or the Minister of Education is still phasing out the teachers who are unqualified because they were engaged before. Now, low caliber of many school boards, this makes it difficult for them to run the school. The TSC intends to address the foregoing challenges through the following strategies. To request a budget for the following items: strategic plan, office space, modern equipment, vehicles, as well as clerical items. To request filling of vacant positions and creation of positions in the Teaching Service Department and Teaching Service Commission. To advise the educational secretaries to provide regular workshops to the boards on their duties, responsibilities. To conduct transfer or refresher courses, workshops for teachers, school boards, teaching formations, and educational secretaries on laws that govern or regulate the Teaching Service Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, it is mandatory for all stakeholders in the teaching service to be conversant with the educational laws, the TSD structure and operations, the TSC functions and responsibilities, the process of appointment of teachers. If in God's grace we can have money to do all these things, I can assure you teaching will be easy. The board's management and the students will benefit. Thank you. I have kept the promise to him.
Lena ke Mosotho ke re dikgomo tseo ke Motaung ka seboko. I am a Mosotho. My totem is the king of the jungle. Those kettles. Program director, thank you very much for giving me this big opportunity of coming here to present before this honorable and wonderful conference. I'm too grateful indeed for the opportunity that we as the Lesotho government and Local Government Service Commission we are being given today. Thank you very much. I'm here in this beautiful country, Kenya, representing the State Commission as its chairperson. My name is Amin Mpeti. I am accompanied by the Secretary to the Commission. May at this stage, can you please stand up and wave to the leadership? Please stand up. She is Mamujabeng Matladi. Also allow me, program director, to pay my deepest respect to the president, vice presidents, secretariat, their excellencies, commissioners, and all distinguished delegates whom are here present today. Now, our mandate is as follows, and with your permission. The Ministry of Local Government and Chieftainship, in its endeavor to promote access to service delivery and enhance citizenship participation in government established. We have 64 community councils in the country. 64 community councils. We also have 10 district council. We have 11 urban councils and 1 municipal council. The Local Government Service Commission was then established under Section 67, 1 in bracket of the Local Government Act 1997. Later, in August 2005, the commission was re-established under Section 13, 1 in bracket of the Local Government Service Act of 2008. Composition of the commission. As per Section 13(3) in bracket, the commission is composed of 5 members, of whom I've already stated I'm the chairperson. We have 4 left at home because of some logistical problem. They wanted to be here. The plan was for them to be here. And I have their extended wishes for Aapscoms, for good life and success. These 5 commissioners are appointed by the minister by a notice published in the Gazette. The Commission Secretariat, the Commission further has an executive arm headed by the Secretary, who is also the Chief Executive Officer, whom I have already asked her to stand up, and you have seen her. The Secretariat is also serviced by other staff members responsible for daily administration and management of the affairs of the Commission. Those are HR manager, we have director legal affairs, we have director finance, and other junior staff. And mandate. The commission plays the pertinent role in selecting and appointing competent candidates for local authorities. As new candidates and promotions. As per Section 6(1) in bracket of the Local Government Service Act of 2008, entry into an advancement in the service shall be based on merit and experience, namely qualification, knowledge, skill, and assessment test after a fair and open competition. It is also the Commission's task to confirm officers in the local government service post completion of the 12 months probationary period. The Commission also approves the exit of employees, be it retirement, normal, compulsory, and resignation. For officers who have been dismissed, the Commission can only note, because the power to dismiss lies with the Principal Secretary. The Commission is also responsible for the renewal of fixed-term contracts through renewal, though renewal is not automatic. The Commission is further tasked with staff mobility, which may be through transfers to other services and lateral transfers within local government service. Now, challenges. Yes, indeed, Program Director, President, it is true that we have some challenges here and there. But with great respect, please allow me not to mention the challenge that we are facing. Yes, they are there, but please allow me not to mention them. But I can mention just few of them, 2 or 3. For example, we have challenges in delay in submission of proposals. That's a big problem. We also have a big challenge on review of job descriptions to take note of the 4th industrial revolution. The last one. Our budget still comes from the government, or our budget still comes from the ministry. These are just few of those which I can mention here. And in conclusion, despite all these challenges that I've mentioned here, the Commission vows to appoint professional people, ethical and competent staff. Having said this, and being aware of time, Director, Program, please allow me to remain here, and thank you very much.
I need a volunteer for timekeeping, so that we can spread the risk, so that it's not on me alone. We have taken 1 hour on only 3 presentations. And by my calculations, we might be here until 20 hours. I need a volunteer timekeeping from the audience, so that when it's 5 minutes, you do this. And when it's 8 minutes, you do this. So that we can rush and be able to finish this on time. Do I have a volunteer? We have done a country from East Africa. We've done a country from Southern Africa. I'm hoping that as we go West Africa, we'll be able to be redeemed when it comes to time. Allow me at this point to invite, in sequence, from Nigeria, we'll first have the Federal Civil Service Commission, and thereafter the Abia State Civil Service Commission. Please, a round of applause as the chairperson is coming.
President Aapscoms, and the entire ESCO, the Vice President, and the Secretary General of Aapscoms, she's still around, and I am Professor Tunji Olaopa. I'm Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission of Nigeria. The Nigerian Federal Civil Service Commission, which used to be called the Federal Public Service Commission at founding, was, of course, a British colonial creation in 1954. As it is today, it derives its mandate from the third schedule of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and Section 11(1) invest in the Commission the powers to appoint persons to offices in the Federal Civil Service. The implication is that we have State Service Commission, we have 36 plus 1. State Service Commission of the 36 states of the Nigerian Federation, and the Civil Service Commission of the Federal Capital Territory. So the powers, the Constitution gives the Federal Civil Service Commission, and it applies also to states, to appoint persons to the offices of the Federal Civil Service Commission, and to dismiss and exercise disciplinary control over persons holding such offices. Section 11(2) of the same third schedule of the Constitution states that the Commission shall consult with the head of the Civil Service of the Federation in the exercise of its powers in respect to the heads of departments, of ministries, generally the MDA in the government of the Federation. Section 158, subsection 1, provides for the independence of the Commission when it states that, and I quote, in exercising its powers to make appointments or to exercise disciplinary control over persons, the Commission shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other authority. Section 161 says that the Commission may, with the approval of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and by rule or otherwise, regulate its own procedure or confer powers to perform such duty on any officer or authority for the purpose of discharging some of its functions. Section 170 of the Constitution empowers the Commission to delegate, therefore, any of its functions as it deems fit. On the basis of that provision, the Commission had over the years delegated some of its powers to the MDAs. This is to guide against delays and to allow for devolution of administrative powers. In order to ensure that the MDAs to whom powers are delegated properly apply the delegated function, the Commission has a general and uniform guidelines for appointment, promotion, and discipline. The guideline provides, among other things, that the appointment, promotion, and discipline of officers on salary grades 3 to 6. In Nigeria, we have a grading from 1 to 17 or 3 to 17, 1 and 2 have been outsourced. So the 3 to 6, which are the junior most officers, have been delegated to MDAs, and their careers are managed through what is called the Junior Staff Committee of the MDAs. The discipline of officers on grade levels 7 to 13, which is part of the power delegated to the MDAs, are exercised through the Senior Staff Committee of the MDA. To monitor the effective utilization of the delegated powers also, MDAs are to make returns on all appointment, promotion, and discipline cases to the Commission within 2 weeks of concluding such matters. The Commission must be represented at the meetings of the delegated organs. Now, in terms of the basic information, the Federal Civil Service Commission is made up of the chairperson and 15 honorable commissioners. They are appointed for tenure of 5 years, renewable for only another 5 years. And members are chosen from the 6 geopolitical zones into which Nigeria is divided. Now, like I said, that the delegated functions or powers to the MDAs are exercised through the Junior Staff Committee and the Senior Staff Committee. The Commission, when the reports of the Senior Staff Committees are received, the Commission sits to process and to approve, or to consider and approve such. Also, the Commission also processes transfers, inter-cadre, movement from one cadre to the other, and inter-service. We have vocation where people sometimes are transferred from any of the state services. So the Commission must approve before such can be, legal. We also approve lateral conversions and secondment. Of course, we do the regularization of appointments thereafter. Commission also serves as the appellate body for all the petitions received from civil servants in respect of issues touching on their appointment, promotion, and discipline, and any other personnel issues. In exercising the function of the Commission is guided by a number of governance codes, including the Constitution, the Public Service Rule, the Scheme of Service, the Guideline on Administrative Procedure, Civil Service Handbook, the series of federal establishment circulars, and other relevant documents. On a concluding note, Commission meets once weekly, every Tuesday. It considers memoranda presented to it from the Secretariat through the Chairman, on which it takes decisions. It can defer decisions that should be taken if it's not given sufficient information. Commission also reverses its decisions when it receives superior arguments. Staffing of the Commission is drawn from the Civil Service Central Pools, staff pools, and the Commission is funded through the budget and normal appropriation by the National Assembly, which is the legislature in Nigeria. Going forward, our commission, which is the 10th commission, is just 11 months in office, but we have been able to articulate a reform plan. And one of the things we want to do is to professionalize the secretariats of the commission. And to that extent, we have secured the president's concurrence to bring in an HR expert as the secretary to the commission with a background in the public service. Either to the permanent secretaries are posted to man, but we feel that generally skills were just inadequate to run the secretariat. We are also doing some bit of rethinking of the merit system with respect to some of the philosophical underpinnings and the execution strategy. We are, of course, digitizing all our core processes. That is ongoing. We want to deepen the guideline for the implementation for the diversity management strategy in Nigeria, which we call the Federal Character Policy, to make it more meritocratic. We are revisiting the administration of the disciplinary procedure and appeal to better align the whole process to some of the rethinking of the public service values and code of ethics. The challenges are basically that because we depend on central pool for staffing, the turnover rate of staff is incredibly high. Because commission is not a rich place, we don't have capital projects, people don't make money, people don't want to stay. So we have written to the president that we want to be able to have our own staff. And where we depend on staff from the pool, they must sign bond, But we are also looking at the possibility of introducing some incentive system for retention of staff. One of the other challenges that we have is that because of some unresolved structural issues that is creating promotional block and some overbloating in some of the cadres, there had been embargo on employment. So consequently, recruitment are done through waivers, but so consequently the system has lost recruitment as a tool for system rejuvenation. To that extent, we are rethinking the entire structure and seeing how we can quickly bring back normal recruitment so that the civil service can have its own life. I thank you.
Your Excellencies, with your indulgence, I have a request from the choir that they have an engagement somewhere and wish to take their leave, but they're requesting that they make their departure in style. If you could allow me, would allow them to do a departure in style. I'm looking for indications by. So choir, you have the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are giving you one number, and this is in Kalenjin dialect. It is titled Taunet Nelel. And what this means is the new dawn. And we can recontextualize that to this meeting which we have here today, like the new dawn to Kenya, the new dawn to Africa. Welcome.
Taunet nelel, kawat nelel, ogero, ayat nelat, amebusko, amegeremet, ogero, ayat nelel.
Taunet nelel, kawat nelel, ogero, ayat nelat. Amegusko, amegerirmet, ogero. Amegerirmet, ektuguche botai, amego memo, ektuguche kigosirto, hawalerire voyage, boyet, kero, haya, 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 haya. Ay çelenlaç, ame gusko, ame gerirmet, ogero. Ay çelenlaç. Gomo sekche kunure Atuno tuni Erewe gapsugono nega purgoti Atila tili Temelewe chebogari Taunet nelel Kawat nelel Ogero Ayachelelas Ame Pusko Ame Geremet Ogero Ayachelelas Nelel, kawat nelel, ogero, ay çelenlaç, ame gusko, ame gerirmet, ogero, ay Kagonok betu segam kamunget aberurin iatengungengum komugu giman nebogen masire mi anyo egapkat a Jehovah no tangaide kawatalele ogero ayatelelats abetuskom Amen. Ayatelelach, Amegusgo, Ambegerirmet, Ogero,
Asante sana. For those who don't understand what it means thank you very much. Thank you for that refreshing performance, and you are allowed to take your leave with the excuse or the reason that was given. We look forward to seeing you and hearing more from you. And if you don't have a manager to promote you, we can have a conversation. Your Excellencies, allow me to invite now the Abia State Civil Service Commission for their presentation. A round of applause, please.
Good evening, Your Excellencies. Please permit me to stand on an existing protocol. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And my name is Pastor Dr. Mrs. Eno Jerry Ize. And I am, my master's and PhD is in human resource management. So I'm the chairman of Abia State Civil Service Commission, and I'm also the state focal person for human capital development. I think I'm going to be, I think my presentation will be the shortest amongst all that we have seen. So I have my slides there. And if you see the first, just on the first page, please leave it on the first page, it says Abia State Civil Service Commission. And one of our mandates is we want to create a new Abia. So that's the slogan, New Abia, New Ways of Working. And our state vision, Abia State vision, is to restore the glory. Please go to the next slide. Go to the next one, yes. So the state vision is to restore the glory of Abia State and make her truly the #1 state in Nigeria as really God's own state. Now, for the Civil Service Commission, our vision that we have taken from what is the state's vision is exceptional public service driven by merit, professionalism, cutting-edge technology, and innovation. The brief history for our Civil Service Commission: it was established in 1991 as provided by Section 197, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So our mandate is setting general and uniform guidelines for appointments, monitoring the activities of ministerial and non-ministerial departments to ensure the guidelines are strictly adhered to, serving as the appellate body for all petitions received from aggrieved citizens in respect to appointments, promotions, discipline, and other personnel matters. Please go to the next slide. Approving the recommendation of various senior stroke junior staff committees for promotion, recruiting staff into grade level 4 and above, and monitoring recruitments for grade levels under the delegated authority to the ministry and departments. Other mandates that I didn't include are the things we have already heard, things like transfer of service, which is intercadre, secondments, integration and regularization of appointments, career adjustments, and under discipline, we do appeals, petitions, dismissals, litigations, handling litigations, and other disciplinary actions. So where we are right now, our milestones as a Civil Service Commission, yes, we have the chairman, and that is myself, and I have 4 commissions that I work with. Our secretary is the permanent secretary. Whoever is the permanent secretary of the commission becomes the secretary. And we have gotten right now, currently in Abia State, the challenge is that we have an over-bloated workforce. So we have, I don't want to mention numbers here, but we have a lot of thousands of civil servants that are working, and a lot of them are not competent. So we lack capacity, as in you have a workforce that lacks capacity. So one of the things that we are doing also is, one, we have gotten the Executive Council to approve a verification exercise, which is ongoing, to be sure of the people working, because you have people that are working, that are earning salary, but they are not working. You have people earning salary, but they are somewhere else, maybe in another country. So we are actually doing a verification exercise to know those that are our staff. The next thing that we have gotten approval for is to carry out what we call the skills mapping exercise. So the skills mapping is under where you have your competency framework, and the idea is to identify the skills gap in the system and know how to fill it. We're going to fill the skills gap either by trainings or transferring people to where they are better suited. So that's one of the things that we are actually doing. We have also started, which we have also gotten approval for, is to come up with a HRIM, that is a human resource information management system, a human resource software. And with this software, we are going to be able to do everything human resource, meaning that we are going to use it for recruitment, we'll use it for competency frameworks, we'll use it for performance management, we'll use it for retention, we'll use it for drawing up reports. Everything HR will be in the software, and this is something that we have started already. So also we are also reviewing our rules. The public service rules are obsolete at the moment, so we are actually reviewing them right now. We have gotten approval for that. The idea is that at the end of the day, we want to create an Abia State where we have workers that are competent, and our slogan, which is New Abia, New Ways of Working, will be imbibed amongst everyone. Thank you.
I think Abia Civil Service Commission deserves another round of applause. The next one is Eswatini. Civil Service Commission, which will be followed by Tanzania Public Service Commission. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Program Director. And thank you very much for bringing me on stage with a choir that sings so well. I think it's a courtesy that was not even given to our VIPs. I appreciate. May I begin by observing all the formal protocols. His Excellency, the President of Aapscoms, Dr. Piani, I extend kind greetings to you and to all our vice presidents for Aapscom from the various sub-regions of the continent. And also the Secretary General of APAM. I'm not sure if he's still around. The honorable chairpersons from the various commissions in Africa, the CEOs of commissions, the fellow secretariat, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nhlanhla Mnisi. I'm not the chairperson, I'm not the commissioner, but maybe I will be one in the near future. But I'm representing my honorable chairperson, whom I'm attending this Aapscom conference with. I'm not sure, Program Director, if I'm allowed to ask my chairperson to stand. Honorable SP member, if you may wave, with due respect, my chairperson, it's only the two of us attending, distinguished guest. We couldn't come with the rest of our commissioners because we have a target of recruiting nurses before December. A total of about 47 nurses. So they are busy this week with the recruitments. Distinguished guests, my presentation will be very brief. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I'll briefly introduce the Civil Service Commission of the Kingdom of Eswatini, the organizational structure, including the composition of the commission itself, the vision and mission statements of the commission, and the strategic transformation of the commission that we are currently busy with. And then I'll look briefly at the mandate, in particular the functions of the Civil Service Commission of the Kingdom of Eswatini, the legal framework and the guiding documents, and also our short and medium-term initiatives. It is indeed a singular honor for us as the Kingdom of Eswatini to attend the Aapscom conference. This is our first attendance. Thank you to our newly formed SADC PSU forum. And thank you to our founders of the forum. It is through that forum that we were able to be invited to attend the Aapscom. And we are looking forward as a young commission to learn and benefit from the SADC PSC as well as Aapscom at the continental level. Distinguished guests, the Kingdom of Eswatini Civil Service Commission is an independent institution established and constituted in terms of Part 1 and Part 2, Section 172, Subsection 1, and 186, Subsection 1 of Chapter 10 of the Constitution of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Act of 2005. The historical background of the commission can be traced back to the Order in Council of 1962 as a public service commission then. That was before our independence. In 1973, it was re-established as a civil service board. And then during the constitutional dispensation in 2005, it was then re-established as a civil service commission of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Then within the supreme law of the land, the Constitution, Section 172, subsection 1, 2, and 3, provides that the public service of Eswatini shall be administered through service commissions or similar bodies under the Constitution or any other law for that matter. It further states that it may be divided into sectoral units for ease of management and quick delivery, and each sectoral unit may have a separate service commission. But currently, I think it pleases me to share with our delegates that we are the main civil service commission in the Kingdom of Eswatini, the Civil Service Commission. But we also, like I think many countries who have presented, we also have the Teaching Service Commission, responsible for the human resource, management of the human resource within the teaching sector, so to speak. And then we also have the Judicial Service Commission, responsible for the human resource, management of the human resource within the judicial services, the appointments of judges, magistrates, and so on. But the chairman of the Civil Service Commission is also a sitting member of the Judicial Service Commission. And then we have the Human Rights and Integrity Commission, responsible for the protection of human rights for all and ensuring equitable access to public services. So we have a huge interest as the Civil Service Commission of Eswatini to that one. We also have the Elections and Boundaries Commission, responsible for overseeing and supervising the national elections. We also have the Anti-Corruption Commission, which is responsible for receiving, investigating allegations of corrupt practices, even within the civil service itself or the public service. We also have the Eswatini Competition Commission, the Eswatini Communication Commission, Eswatini National Trust Commission, the Parliamentary Service Board as well. And we also have independent offices like the Office of the Auditor General, responsible for ensuring that government ministries and departments accounts through Parliament for the resources that are allocated for them. And also the Office of the Accountant General and the Office of the Auditor General. I'm just mentioning this for information in passing. Now, the Civil Service Commission is the only commission that is in attendance to this conference. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring the Teaching Service Commission and the other commissions, but probably in future conferences, we will be able to come with them. The commission, the Civil Service Commission, which is the main commission in Eswatini, services a population that is estimated slightly above 1.1 million, projected to rise to above 1.2 million in 2027. And within that population, 72.9% are below the age of 35 years. What is the significance of that? We are the recruitment body. Those are the ages where most of our people are looking for employment, and that's our recruitment pool as a commission. And during the recruitment process or the carrying up of our mandate, which shortly I'll touch on, we work very closely with government ministries and departments. We work collaboratively, even though the final say rests with us as a commission. But we work with the principal secretaries that are the CEOs of ministries, if you like. Now, the organizational structure or composition of the commission itself, which is a body constituted in terms of the Constitution. We have the chairperson who is in attendance today, and then we have only 4 commissioners, only 4 commissioners, and then the secretariat, that assist the commission and advises the commission, so to speak, and provide the administrative support to the commission, as well as a legal counselor, legal advisor that advises on legal issues. Now, the vision of the Civil Service Commission of the Kingdom of Eswatini is to be an epitome of excellency in the public service by professionalizing the civil service of Eswatini. And our mission is to ensure independence. We want to ensure the independence of the Civil Service Commission. I think I heard that loudly from the presentation by our host country. Also, we want to be impartial. Our mission emphasizes on impartiality, high standards of professionalism, and attracting relevant and high-performing staff to the civil service. Unlike in the past, where the civil service was known to be a place where we dump non-performers. But moving forward, we want to see a highly performing civil service, because we have a responsibility to promote the constitutional provision and mandate, and also good governance, by ensuring that we perform at the level that is expected by our clientele, the people of Eswatini. Our values, distinguished guests, embraces professionalism, service excellency, integrity, innovation, inclusiveness, confidentiality, teamwork in pursuit of our constitutional mandate. We are presently, as a young commission, embarked on a transformational journey. As a result, I will make a humble call to all commissions in attendance that we are engaging on a transformational journey that calls upon a lot of benchmarking and learning. So we're looking forward to learn from forums like this one, like the Public Service, rather the SADC Public Service Commission Forum as well, and Aapscoms. So I heard earlier on in the presentation that Kenya is hosting quite a number of countries, sister countries, for benchmarking and learning. Kenya, please prepare, we might be coming. And I also, noted a lot of similarities in our mandate and what we do from our sisters from Lesotho, Nigeria as well, and also Kenya, a lot of similarities, both in terms of the mandate and how we are structured and how we function, which is quite interesting. So we have recently developed a 5-year strategic plan for the Commission, 2024, 2028, if you like, that is founded on 7 key strategic thrusts. Service excellence in the public service, 1, improving our internal systems and processes, capacity building for our commission as well as the secretariat. I think it's one area that we, image and reputation. Why image and reputation? Because I think, as you know, I think our fellow commissions from the region touched on this. In the past years, the images and reputation of commissions in the eyes of the population was not a good one. So we want to also focus on that, but we're seeing improvement in recent years, particularly with our new and young chairman. Partnerships and collaborations is one of our strategic trusts. We want to partner with most of you in the regions and across the continent so that we can learn from you and collaborate. We also want to relook at our legal and regulatory frameworks as well, because some of them are a little bit outdated. So we are also looking at working on that. That's part of our strategic plan for the next 5 years. Resource mobilization and financial sustainability is also another critical aspect or area that we're looking at. Some of our sister commissions, we don't have a specific budget for the commission, but we are relying on the ministerial budget where we have a line item budget, allocated for the business of the commission, which is oftentimes creates challenges for us. Our mandate is subject to the provisions of the Constitution or any other law. It's centered around the power to make appointments within the civil service of the Kingdom of Eswatini, which includes probational and acting appointments, deployment across the civil service, secondments, confirmation of appointments, promotions as well, transfers, termination of appointments, dismissals and disciplinary controls of public officers as provided in Section 187 of the Constitution. Now, we also adjudicate as a commission on grievance and disputes from civil servants across government. And also Section 176 of our constitutions empowers the commission to, in consultation with the line minister, that's the Minister of Public Service, to make regulations for the better carrying out of its functions and the performance of the civil service. Now, Section 186 of the Constitution also gives us the power to be an appellant body or to exercise appellant functions in respect of certain decisions by persons or authorities exercising delegated powers. We do delegate to PSs and principal secretaries in ministries and heads of departments in departments as well, but under very, strict monitoring, close monitoring by the commission, because we want to maintain the integrity of the commission, as it were. Section 74 also makes provision that the head of state, which is the king in this case, in appointing the secretary to cabinet, we also call him or her the head of the public service. I noted earlier on that even in Kenya they do have a secretary to cabinet, but it's different. This one is the head of the public service. The head of state shall act on advice of the prime minister after recommendation from us as a commission. So we have a very critical role to play in the appointment of the head of the public service, the secretary to cabinet. And then Section 174, 1, 4, and 5 provides for the protection of public officers. We value so much our public officers, our civil servants, because we can't perform without them. So we protect their welfare. We expect them to deliver at the expected level, but we also protect their welfare, protect their right as a commission. We also handle grievances, disputes, and adjudicators, as said earlier on. We promote their welfare and also harmonious working relations within ministries, because we cannot have a performing and responsive government if the work relationships within ministries and departments is not harmonious. We also inspect government officers to ensure that they are in keeping with the standards that's expected as we service the nation. We also examine, that's part of our mandate, official documents, books, or other records for compliance to established procedures. We are also responsible for instilling professionalism or professionalizing the civil service and also instilling ethics within the public service of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Now, we are guided by a number of legal frameworks and guiding documents, distinguished guests. First is the Constitution of the Kingdom of Eswatini of 2005, the Civil Service Board General Regulations of 1963, the Government General Orders, which we are currently, we started some time back, updating them because they're a little bit archaic now. The Employment Act of 1980 is amended. The legal notice number of 189 of 2015 that assigns portfolio responsibilities to the various ministries and departments. Then the Public Service Regulations of 2024, we've just completed putting the regulations in place this year, and an array of government circulars that are issued from time to time, as you may be aware. The Constitution also provides for my existence, the Secretariat of the Commission. the setting up and maintenance of a competent and qualified secretariat for the commission, consisting of myself, the executive secretary of the commission, and the support staff under me, which I alluded to earlier on. We are responsible for providing the technical and administrative support, as I said earlier on. We have, within the transformational journey and our strategic plan, we have very specific short, medium-term initiatives where we are looking forward for joint funding and joint support and joint collaborations with our sister commissions, thank you so much, within the continent, within SADC and within Africa as a continent, which therefore means within the auspices of the SADC PSCs and Aapscoms, as it were. Legal reforms. I think I mentioned earlier on that we are currently using our regulations that are dated 1963. So that's one of our priority areas. We want to review the regulations. But first we want to, we have just recently put up a Public Service Act of 2018 that I mentioned earlier on. But we want to now have a specific act for the Commission, which is an activity that's on the pipeline. We'll definitely be learning and a lot from other commissions. And then also review our regulations, as it were, distinguished guests. And we also are in need of building capacity of our commissioners. We have a new commission, except for the chairperson, and one commissioner. The others are relatively new, so we still have to expose them. It's unfortunate that we couldn't come with them to this conference. And also to capacitate our secretariat through exchange programs and benchmarking, as it were. That's one area where we need to work so that we can also learn from best practices, as said. Now, the next one that we want to work on in the short, medium term is automation and digitalization of our internal processes and systems. We are predominantly paper-based, but we have started the process of digitalizing our systems and processes, distinguished guests. And also to review our organizational structure and job profile. The reason for that is that we have come to note that our mandate is expanding with each passing day. We have a responsibility that is bigger than what we are currently doing, that is enshrined in the Constitution. So we want to therefore strengthen and capacitate the Secretariat so that we are able to do more than what we are currently doing, distinguished guests. Asante, thank you very much. Let me end here.
Your Excellencies, I've come to the conclusion that giving service commissions 10 minutes is not workable. And even with compressed presentations, and I'm seeing all these are compressed, summarized, but yet the 10 minutes we've given is not enough. So the advice to future organizers for conferences, please give 30 minutes to an hour per commission. When we started the presentations on mandates, we were saying good morning to each other. Then afterwards, we said good afternoon. A few minutes ago, there was a good evening. Before maybe also the word mandate is not very clear. We need to find a clearer word so that we avoid issues of the challenges we face, because those are not in the mandate. So we strictly talk about the mandate. Where do you draw the powers? What are the functions? And how is your composition? Can we agree on that one? Thank you. If that is agreed, I wish to call upon the two commissions in sequence. The secret word is in conclusion or in summary. There's another word which is being used. When that is said, then you know as the next one you can start making your way up. So we have Tanzania, we have Namibia, and the Gambia in this order. A round of applause, please.
His Excellency President for Aapscoms, Excellencies Vice Presidents of our regional parts in Africa, Honorable Chairpersons of our commissions, CEOs of Public Service Commissions in Africa, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Habari za jioni, which means translation about good evening, okay? At least you should come from East Africa with some Swahili words. Habari za jioni, mabibi na mabwana. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing here on behalf of my chairperson, who forms a part of delegation from Tanzania. Tanzania in this meeting is represented by the Public Service Commission. But before I present on the mandates of our commission, allow me, chairperson, to acknowledge the existence of other commissions with similar roles in Tanzania. The list of commissions operating in our countries are many, but I'll just mention those which are related to public service management. We have Teachers Service Commission, which has similar roles as that one in Kenya. We have Parliamentary Service Commission with a similar role, Judicial Service Commission with the similar functions. But you also have the Public Service Leadership Ethics Secretariat, which is responsible for integrity of public leaders. We have Commission for Human Rights and Good Governance, which serves as an ombudsman. But you also have Legal Reform Commission, which assists all of these organizations to review their laws in order to make them more operational and update. Now, with this acknowledgement of other commissions of working in Tanzania, before I continue presenting on the mandates, let me introduce, with the permission of the chair, because it's not easy to introduce your chairperson and ask her to stand up. But with the guidance and protection from the chairperson of this meeting, I will ask my chairperson, Honorable Hamis Karombola, a retired judge of High Court of Tanzania, to stand up and applaud for her. Thank you. The Public Service Commission of Tanzania is an autonomous entity termed as an independent department, which was established by the Act of Parliament in 2004, following the dissolution of 3 other commissions which were operating by then, which were formed surrounding the major clusters of service in Tanzania. We had one for civil service, we had one for local government service, and we had another one for Teachers Service Commission. These commissions were dissolved following the introduction of new policy, management and recruitment policy, which emphasized, among other things, on having one unified service in the country. So having a lot of commissions would continue to segregate different categories of staff in Tanzania. So they formed this one commission, with the purpose of making sure that it oversees the implementation of Public Service Act and its regulations, with a focus on making sure that the service is efficient, equitable, accountable, and it ensures compliance with human resources, catering for entire public service, and it promotes ethical behavior with public sector. It introduces meritocracy in appointments, confirmation, sub-promotions, but it promotes also result-oriented management and open performance, and then enforces transparency, equity, and justice as part of promoting good governance in the public service. Now, the commission is, as I said, the major legal instrument which helps the commission to perform its duties is an act of the parliament. And through this act of the parliament, it has the following functions. The first function is to advise the president through parliamentary ministry on the exercise of functions conferred on the president by Article 36 of the Constitution in respect of filling of such vacancies in public service as the president may require. Our advice is not binding to the president. She can use it or she may not use it. That's what the Act stipulates. The second function is to assist the president in relation to such matters relating to public service as the president may require. Again, another role which is critical is to issue guidelines and monitor compliance in service. And this is one of the major functions of the commission, when each year we plan and conduct HR audit among the public institutions, and we report the findings and recommendations to the Chief Secretary, who serves as the head of public service. Another role we play is to receive and act on the appeals from decisions of other delegates and disciplinary authorities. This is another core business of the commission, and the commission serves as first appellant body for all public servants except the following: those appointed by the president, their disciplinary authority is the Chief Secretary, and the appellant authority is President herself. We have primary and secondary school teachers. The appellant authority is Teacher Service Commission. We have judicial staff. The appellant authority is Judicial Service Commission, and the parliamentarians and other politicians who have other appellant authorities other than the Public Service Commission. Another function of the commission is to call upon all executives in the public service to account for their performance should the commission be seized with evidence or complaints from the public that there's mismanagement or non-performance of those executives within their jurisdiction. The current legal frameworks provides that the function on appointment, recruitment be performed by a public service recruitment secretariat, which was formed back in 2007 and 2008 to take over these functions from the commission. Other functions such as labor mobility and service, payroll management are managed by ministry responsible for public service management and good governance, while the other HR functions such as appointment, promotion, career development, and disciplinary matters are delegated by the law to a wide range of employing and disciplinary authorities through Section 60 of our Public Service Act. The Public Service Commission Tanzania, in terms of its constitution or structure, is formed by the chairperson, who is present with us, and normally this is a high court or court of appeal judge, who is assisted by 6 commissioners, all appointed by the president, and these are normally appointed from people with high integrity and who have served in senior management position of the government. They serve for 3 years, and they can be appointed for another term of 3 years, which total to 60, goes to 60 years. Our current chairperson is serving her first term, and she'll be having another term of service in the office. The commission is assisted by the secretariat, which is responsible for day-to-day operations of the commission, and this is led by the secretary of the commission, which currently is myself. The commission reports to the president on implementation of its mandates. It submits an annual state of public service report, a report which is thereafter tabled to the parliament by the minister responsible for public service, and is discussed in the parliament. May find it convenient to advise the government and the commission on what to do to improve service. The commission delegates its powers, can delegate its powers, except 2 of them. One is they cannot delegate power to advise the president. That is solely theirs. And they can also they cannot delegate their powers to decide on the appeals and the complaints of the public servants. That again is theirs. Other powers can be delegated. The commission has no power to review, and like our fellow commissioner from Nigeria, the Federal Commission, we have no power to review our decisions. Once the decision made, the only way it can be reversed is by appeal to the president, or where necessary to go to the judiciary for judicial review. Honorable Chairperson and the fellow delegates, with these few remarks, let me once again take this opportunity to thank you, Your Excellencies, for your time and kind attention. I hope I have spent your time wisely. Thank you.
I hope if I speak my language, people will not think there is gunfires out here, firing of guns out here, because we use clicks when we speak. Rainklas, Kaidure, Mire, those are the words we use. Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, the President of Aapscoms, Your Excellency Ambassador Anthony Mushiri, Vice President of East African Region, Your Excellencies, Chairpersons of all Aapscom member countries, respected commissioners in all Aapscom member countries, our respected executive directors, CEOs and their management teams, all dignitaries on all levels, members of the diplomatic corps present, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to start by thanking Aapscom President and the host Public Service Commission of Kenya for the hospitality extended to our delegation since our arrival in this historic city of Nairobi, Kenya. This is the same warmth and friendliness extended to all our esteemed public service commissions of African continent present here. I would like to thank them, but in the same vein also would like to introduce the delegation of Namibia. According to the Constitution, we are supposed to be the chairperson plus 6 commissioners. We are here as chairperson and 2 commissioners and 2 administrative officials. I would like to ask them to stand up so that we can see them. And Commissioner Florence Munyungano, Commissioner Gerson Kamatuka, and also our director, Haitula, and one of our policy analysts, Ms. Helka Bingineeko. We would like to say that this meeting of Aapscoms members, countries, is long overdue, because it is through these meetings that we are able to meet, collaborate, share experiences and best practices, and ultimately to ensure that we promote good governance and improve service delivery. To come to the Public Service Commission of Namibia, our Public Service Commission has been established immediately after independence of Namibia in 1990. In many ways, it was the continuation of the former personnel administration of the apartheid regime that administered Namibia. But then after independence, we formally constituted ourselves. But what was important was that this Public Service Commission has been established based on the provision of the Constitution. The Constitution of the Republic of Namibia was established or was concluded just prior to independence by the Constituent Assembly. In February 1990, the Constitution was completed and it was inaugurated or whatever, but in there, under Chapter 13, Articles 112 and 113, clearly states the establishment of the Commission as well as the functions of the Commission. Public Service Commission, as it relates to human resource recruitment and all of that, is only one currently, but there are requests from others. The Teaching Service Committee has one of our commissioners on board, and that commissioner serves as the chairperson of the Teaching Service Committee. One of our commissioners here, Commissioner Munyungano, is the chairperson of that committee. They are not yet a commission, they are only a committee. The police also requested to have their own commission. The National Assembly also would like to have their own commission. And I think when I heard others speaking, I think it was Eswatini, about the Parliamentary Service Commission, I think there is a need for us to also have that kind of a commission that will help our parliamentarians also to be independent, because they fall under that organ of the government, which is the legislative arm of the government. Public Service Commission recruits mostly government officials in the ministries, offices and agencies, as well as in the regional councils. But those who resort under the local authority and those who are under public enterprises of the government do not fall under the Public Service Commission of Namibia. And therefore, there is a need for us to look into that seriously. As I mentioned, Public Service Commission is a public statutory body in terms of Article 112 and 113 of the Constitution. And it clearly states that the Commission must be independent and it must act impartially. While this is the provision of the Commission, that is still an issue that is ongoing in terms of us to be placed appropriately, as we are currently resorting under one of the OMAs over which we are supposed to have oversight. But that is an issue that is being discussed, and I'm sure amicable solutions will be found. After listening to Kenya and hearing from their independence, I was hoping that we'll soon come back here to learn more from the Kenya Public Service Commission. Immediately after the independence of Namibia in 1990, the second act that was promulgated, Act 2 of 1992. The first act talks about the emblems and other, state coat of arms and those things. But Act 2 of 1990 talk about the establishment of the commission. Therefore, it is one of the oldest commissions, but also it was, the government thought it prudent to establish a commission immediately when the National Assembly started its operations. The Public Service Commission of Namibia has a chairperson and, as we mentioned, 6 other commissions nominated by the President and appointed by the National Assembly by resolution. And also in terms of Section 10 of the Public Service Commissions Act, on an annual basis, the Commission reports to the National Assembly on the matters it dealt with during that year. The commissioners are eligible, or commissioners are appointed for 5 years, and they are eligible for reappointment. The Commission not only deals with the act that established itself, but also different legal frameworks are being utilized in order for us to conduct the type of activities and mandate we have. There are many. The Constitution, of course, from where we are coming from, the Public Service Commission Act 1990 I mentioned, but there are other acts also. The Affirmative Action Employment Act is one of the very important ones because it also came into being, especially to address those previous issues we had. Previously, disadvantaged Namibians could come into the system when they are subjected to competition by those who were we had advantages over them. Women, people, or persons with disabilities are all catered under that act, Affirmative Action Act or Employment Act of 1980. Labor Act is another one of 2007. The Regional Councils Act of 1992. Public Service Act also came into being in 1995, and then State Finance Act also in 1991. And also we have public staff rules, the public service staff rules that are very much operational to ensure it gives guidance on some of the issues. On a daily basis, I should say, our commission deals with issues relating to human resources in terms of appointments, transfers, promotions, disciplinary proceedings, and also many other. But this, what I mentioned, excludes like defense, police forces, correctional services, as well as judicial and magistrate commissions. We also deal with the conditions of service of all public servants, including those in the defense and the police force, as well as correctional services, but not those of the judicial and magistrate commissions. We are also dealing with the issues relating to the creation and abolition of organizations, of these ministries, and the establishment of the structures that as well as posts to be created. All these things we are dealing with. And when I also listened to Kenya, and also today I had a discussion with our professor, chairperson of the South African Public Service Commission, I think these are important for us to also discuss further with them, because there's importance for us to strengthen some of the issues relating to this particular aspect that we need to address from our commission. Article 113 of the Namibian Constitution says the Public Service Commission shall advise the President and the government on the appointment of suitable persons to specified categories of employment in the public service. And it continued by saying, with special regard to the balanced structuring thereof. Now this part, the balanced structuring, is something that our commission felt is very important for us to interrogate this part, because Namibia is coming from a situation where it was previously governed by an apartheid system, and through that, a lot of inequalities and other fragmentations of our society was created through that process. And for us to assist in a way in which we can bring balance within our structure is very important. So therefore, we need to redefine what was meant with balanced structuring in recruitment of the public servants. When we deal with these issues, we only deal with issues of appointments and other issues from grade 4 upwards, and from grade 5 and below, we have delegated to the ministries, offices, and the agencies within the HR practitioners within those ministries. We have delegated to them with those functions. Adequate disciplinary control over public servants to assure fair administration and personnel policy. Grievances, appeals, and complaints came through the commission for recommendation, but it goes to the Prime Minister for endorsement. During our benchmarking exercise, we heard from our sister country, Zimbabwe, how recruitment is done by them. The ball stops with them. They recruit, they appoint, they approve. It doesn't go anywhere else. So those are some of the things we learned through those exercises, and then we will continue to learn from others. Remuneration of benefits of public servants are also some of the issues we deal with. These issues relate to medical aid, pension, leave management, leave administration, also remunerative work outside the public service. There are many requests come from our public servants, and these are issues that we deal with. Of late, our medical assistance requests are increasing, so much so that when we consulted with Treasury, I think there is, the request of public servants being affected by cancer and all of that is becoming a major issue in Namibia. I took it up with the World Health Organization, and they are saying it's apparently a global issue. It's now, all the countries are affected with cancer, and therefore, as a commission, we have asked 2 of our commissioners to start looking into this particular issue. So this is one issue that I wanted to just highlight, to hear from other commissions as to what the situation is over there, because Namibia is experiencing an alarming situation in this field. We also do HR audit, which aims to ensure recruitment of public servants are done above board, to ensure that the files of each public servant are well kept in terms of all requirements, because we came across a situation when we go through these files that sometimes, you know, persons' leave records are not properly recorded, people's employment is not recorded properly. When he was employed, a probation period was not there, which affects the person when the person is no more working for the service, because when it comes to the time when the person has to be paid out for his pension, some of these documents are missing and the person seems to be disadvantaged. So therefore, audit function is something we also take very seriously. Another mandate of the Commission is it advises the President on the identity, availability, and suitability of persons to be appointed by the President to offices in terms of the Constitution or any other law. And with that, we do appointment of Auditor General, Governor and Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Namibia, Secretary to the Cabinet, and all the executive directors are also appointed by the Commission. The Public Service Commission also deals with other issues, as I mentioned. You know, it recommends deviations from existing practices, directives, norms and rules based on merit or the individual cases. You know, like I mentioned about the medical aid, according to the law, 95% of the medical aid is covered by our medical aid, and the members only pay 5%. But even that can be varied by the Commission to say, let's pay 100% because this person resorts under identified categories, which we cover 100%. So some of those issues comes through the Commission for recommendation. It also has powers to summon, and EDs and others are always summoned by us, especially with regard to these audit functions or in the ministries. We find a lot of anomalies, and we have been, instead of just writing to them, we are engaging them in most cases, just to find out why it is like that. But also it goes with other challenges which are the automation of the Commission. We are doing this manually, and therefore it creates a lot of challenges for the Commission. We also reviews and recommends all human resource-related standards and norms for the public servants, and therefore the Public Service Commission is entrusted with quality assurance in the regulation of human resource management and development policies, compliance to ethical standards, norms and standards in the recruitment process. The independence and impartiality of the Commission we mentioned earlier is very important to us, because currently the structure of the Commission is placed within the office of the Prime Minister. The very same body that we are doing oversight over is where we are placed, and the supporting staff we have are coming from the departments within the office of the Prime Minister. And these are issues we are daily dealing with in order to ensure that independence and impartiality of the Commission are supposed to be strengthened. There are divisions. In order to do our work effectively, we have 4 divisions. One division deals with staffing, headed by a deputy director. These are all appointments, promotions, transfers, secondments, study leave, discharges, retirements, and deviations, as I mentioned, from public service staff roles. Other division, monitoring and evaluation, deals with the HR audit functions I mentioned earlier. And there is a division on misconduct, which ensures that the provisions of all public service legal frameworks and public service staff rules are complied with at all times. There is a division of grievances, complaints, and appeals. They are also headed by a deputy director, and they also ensure that the legal frameworks, as I mentioned somewhere, are all adhered to and complied with. Support staff also are there to ensure that public service does its work properly. But we are in the process of creating our own structures so that the independents are highlighted, including the commission to have its own budget, which is still not the case. In conclusion, we uphold the idea of reforming the commission so that we can continue to provide more effective and efficient public service. Automation is one of the issues that we have taken up to ensure that recruitment is done in a way that it'll be done wherever you may be, so that the people in all corners of the country are to have access to the system, because inclusivity is a must for all of us. This is something that we feel needs to be strengthened. We are doing benchmarking, as I mentioned earlier. And this benchmarking exercise we are doing to different countries so that we can learn from other bodies, and our participation at this event is also part of that process of learning from others, the best practices that others are doing, and also to ensure that we uphold best practices in all our African countries. If we can contribute as Namibia, and if we can learn from them, it is something that we would like to do and be part of. I thank you. I wanted to just summarize, and I hope I am under those 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good evening. His Excellency President, Aapscoms, Vice President, Southern Region, Aapscoms, Commissioners, Chairpersons in attendance, delegates, all in attendance, the task force, meaning the organizers and the coordinator himself, and all protocols respectfully observed. I am from the Gambia, giving you or reading out the mandate of the Public Service Commission. The mandate and responsibility of the Public Service Commission under Section 172 of the 1997 Constitution, among others, include the approval of appointment to public offices in the civil service, public service. The power to make appointment to public offices includes the power to dismiss any person so appointed, and also includes the power to confirm appointment, to exercise disciplinary control, and to remove persons holding or acting in any such offices. Submission of annual reports on the execution of its activities to the National Assembly and to the President. The annual reports here, I said I was not going to elaborate much, but just allow me to say a little about this area. The annual report here is, at the end of the year, we developed activity reports. And the activity reports is generated from the regions, not only from the office. The activities that we have been doing during the year, towards the end of the year, 2 months before the end of the year, my commission, everybody would go out. We would all go for a trek, go out to the regions, all the regional offices, where and the commissioners, or we call them governors, where we meet their task force members. They have task, they call them TACT. So we head of the departments over there. We discussed about their welfare and some of their challenges, their constraints, some other issues that really the commission can support. And these activity reports, they have to be taken to Parliament. From Parliament, it has also to go to the President. When we visit him, every year, we are given the mandate to see him at his office with our activity report, where we discuss very, very pertinent issues and some other developments. The exercise of supervisory role of the overall management and efficiency of the civil service. We do that also. We looked at it, the overall efficiency of the civil service. To review and advise the government on the implementation of the general orders, the public service regulations, and the code of conduct. This also we discussed. The review and advice to government regarding training and development of civil service. We look into that area also. It's very important. The civil service, we make sure that we are considered, some eligible people considered to be sent for training for capacity building. The establishment of standards and guidelines for the civil service, we also work on that. The review of the terms and conditions of the service. Here we looked at their schemes of service, different departments, the schemes of their service. Now, members of the commission. Here today, I am here with my secretary by the name Abdullah Jafene, the secretary of the Public Service Commission. He is in the rank of a deputy permanent secretary, but he we call the secretary of the Public Service Commission. But he's a deputy permanent secretary assigned to be the secretary to the Public Service Commission. Mr. Jafune is here. All right, other members, we have the chairperson, the vice chairperson, and 3 other members. And among these members, one must be a female, and we have that in place. And these commissioners are appointed by the president, and we are answerable to no other person but the President of the Republic, Mr. Adama Barrow. And he first gives 2 years initial period, and is subjected to renewal by the President. Responsibilities of the PSC. Of course, we have series of responsibilities, but it will be difficult for, at this late hour now, to stand here and name all, but I'll give you a few, right? Appointments, whether permanent, contract, or month-to-month basis. Here we mean month-to-month basis. Some of them will serve more than 6 years and still want to come back and still need it. But then you can only be appointed on month-to-month basis. So that is the rule. We also confirm in appointment, that is our responsibility, to confirm civil servants in appointment in the civil service. And before, some years ago, you have to serve 2 years before you are confirmed. But now the revise is you serve only 1 year after appointment, then you can be confirmed. We are very concerned about discipline in the system, especially in the civil service. Discipline is something that we don't compromise. And as a result, we have regulations. And then regulation, we call it Regulation 57, Regulation 57, that's where we apply dismissal. All right, so when you are found to be or wanting, you are likely to face that regulation number. And we also, we have retirement, statutory, voluntary, and marriage ground. We consider all these things. Some civil servants, women, sometimes they apply or they request for retirement on marriage ground, right? So which we also approve. Study leave with or without salary. Civil servants can apply for study leave when they are awarded, when they are given award, when they are given scholarship by government. They cannot be considered. When they are also given scholarship by affiliated partners in the system, you can consider to giving them study leave with salary. But otherwise, you have another option. The other option you have is you can apply for study leave without salary. That means you can go ahead with your training, and whenever you come back and you want to come back to the system, you can always notify us so we can consider it. But if you leave without study leave with salary and without leave, study leave without salary, you come back, it's sometimes very difficult. So many regulations are on you. So the best is to apply study leave with salary or without salary. We also consider sick leave. Sick leave is considered, but when you have medical papers from recognized doctors or from the Ministry of Health, you can consider. Pensions and gratuity, that obviously is applied. You can have it after you reach the age of 60. In the Gambia, the age of 60 is the retirement age. But you can retire before 60, depending on your health, also depending also your age at 45 or at 55. On marriage ground and all those things, you can also retire. Reinstatement. These things happens. We reinstate civil servants when they were in the system one way or the other. They had a problem and either been dismissed or left for other reasons. They want to come back, we will look at it and see whether it is part of the regulations. Because we have the regulations, we call them the rule books. If it is part of the rule books, if accepted by the rule books, we will definitely try to reinstate you. But in most cases, when you are dismissed for time, our rule is you have to serve 4 years cooling periods. Right, 4 years, you are dismissed. You cannot come back until after 4 years as your cooling period. And when we looked at your file and we looked at everything, and we think we can still engage you, your service is still needed, we can appoint you. But this time, not reinstatement, this time is reappointment. You cannot be reinstated, you can only be reappointed, which means you are going to start again. All right, so that also is available. Grievances and disputes. This is an area where we always faced challenges too much. People sometimes behaviors, they always have problems, a lot of talk, a lot of grievances and disputes. And they write many petitions that we also look at it. And sometimes they don't only stop there. When they are not satisfied with the public service decision, they will further go to the Ombudsman's office. They will also do their investigations and reports and whatever. But from my experience, since I've been there, most of the cases are always torn down when you send to the Ombudsman, because that means, correct measures have been taken by my commission on the issue. We also do that. And some years ago, we were doing too much of paperwork. With 2023, we come up with a e-recruitment system. You cannot now come to the office, write applications, park them there to be verified, and we see whether you are to be considered for interview or not, or shortlisting. Now we do the e-recruitment system. We have a portal, PSC portal. You have to apply through the PSC portal. My secretariat are there to look at it. And the Personal Management Office, PMO, we work together. They are our technical arm. They will jointly with my secretariat, they will look at it, download it, and then invite the department that whoever apply belongs to join them in the shortlisting. After the shortlisting, that's the time they will bring it back to the secretariat, the commission, to look at, and they will forward it. And PMO will recommend for interview. They will forward it to us to conduct the interview. And the successful candidates would be appointed for those positions. Sent back to PMO to do the secretarial work. That's the writing of the appointments and all those things has to go back to PMO. You call it PMO, but that's called Personal Management Office. And as I initiated, as I told you earlier on then about this outreach program, we call it outreach program. Once in a year, no one is left at the office. We will all go to the field. So upper regions, the forest place in the country, and we will end up at the urban regions where you have the mayors and the mayors. We have only 2 of them, and all the others are governors. We have 7 regional governors and 2 mayors. It's 1 mayor and 1 mayoress in Gambia. In Gambia, we have only 7 regional governors. And when we get there, we also, the entry point is the governors. We report to the governor. The governor will invite his TAC members, call them their Technical Advisory Committee, they call them TAC, representing their different departments. And we have the discussions, and they will read issues, but we always advise them, any report or anything they write, they should make a copy to the governor, who would follow it up with the ministry concerned. Mr. Chairman, Commission members, delegate representatives, these are some of the key. There's a lot that I don't need to take that much time because I have already given you the key points that I have already narrated here. There are so many other activities, as I said, that I definitely, if I want to elaborate much on that, we would stay longer than I should. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Molweni. Nganga nentsiba zayo. I realize that we have to invoke our languages, which is a very important thing to do. My name is Somadoda Fikeni, the chairperson of the Public Service Commission of South Africa, and I'm accompanied by my colleague, Professor Mandla Makanya, who is also a commissioner. I would ask him to indicate where he's seated. We poached him. He was a vice chancellor of the largest university in the Southern Hemisphere, UNISA, for 10 years, because we insist on getting the best. And I used to tell Parliament, get those people who will be better than those we have already recruited, then we'll get better. First, let me greet the President of Aapscoms and your Deputy Presidents or Vice Presidents. Let me greet
our hosting chairperson of the commission and the commissioners from Kenya, including the various babies that it was said this one gave a baby to this one and so forth. All the offsprings are recognized. The chairpersons of commissions from all different countries and the leadership of the SADC recently launched Public Service Commission Forum. All the invited guests, Your Excellencies, greetings this evening. I'm mindful of the fact that it's late in the day, and when we started in the US, there was one president, and now there is a president-elect, which is the context and the time that we are operating within. I'll try to microwave my presentation because much of the information is to be found in the website. Firstly, South Africa has the oldest public service commissions of them all, formed in 1912, immediately after the formation of the Union of South Africa. At that time, it was primarily responsible for management of human resources in public service, recruitment, regulations, everything else, discipline, bursaries, talent management, and so forth. But in 1994, with the new democratic government and the new constitution coming to play, that changed quite fundamentally. A Department of Public Service and Administration was created. Much of it took the staff from the Public Service Commission to be formed. And in terms of the new Constitution, Chapter 10, Section 196, a Public Service Commission was created. In that chapter, it is the only organization that has been created as a constitutional body. All other constitutional bodies are clustered in Chapter 9, whether it's the Auditor General, the Public Protector, the Human Rights Commission, the Independent Electoral Commission, the Cultural Rights Commission, the Independent Communications Commission. All those are clustered as Chapter 9. But we are all constitutional bodies, independent, directly created by the Constitution. So what happened after 1994? We've commissioned a book to be written on the history of the Public Service Commission because there are so many lessons to learn out of that. Is that liberation movements coming from exile, some coming from within the country, found that they could not get some of the people they wanted to get in because you were told, no, we can't get this one, go to the commission. And the commission at the time was entirely white apartheid structure. That's why they created a mechanism to transform. But in so doing, they created a public service commission whose role now mainly focused on the oversight and accountability of public service. But they also limited this to national and provincial or regional level. Local government was left untouched. Workers in parliament left untouched. Workers in the state-owned entities left untouched. So the essence of the Public Service Commission of South Africa is to ensure effective and efficient public service. Among other things, it promotes the constitutional values and principles, which are contained in section 195 of the same chapter, which all departments at all levels ought to adhere to. The second one, it acts as an appeal body because we have a decentralized system. Discipline is managed within departments. But if a person appealing doesn't find joy, then they appeal to the Public Service Commission. Whether for recruitment, for any career incident where they feel like they are not being treated fairly and they have tried to utilize their internal mechanism. But we have a mechanism of stopping people from forum shopping. If you decide to go to court, you can't then come back to us. If you decide to go to labor court, if you decide to go to the public protector, you can't then say, I've failed there, I'm coming. We have an MOU with all of them where we register the case, and one of the first things we say, have you gone to any other? So that you don't lose and utilize the same resources of the state. The second one, we inspect announced and unannounced the service delivery, wherein we hear that there are challenges here and there, and we just send a team to do the inspections. After that, we can recommend or take a stronger line of directions to say, you must do the following. We do have powers to subpoena. Some of the heads of departments have tried, when we call them, not to come, and they've learned later how difficult it is, because when you ignore that we open a case, then you are busy with the courts, we move on. Even the ministers, when some of them try to dodge, we send a subpoena. You must appear. And at that time, we do not even visit their offices. We say, you come to our offices. Now, our approach in the main is to say to them, we don't want to meet with you at a punitive level. We want to work with you, improve certain things. Because our Public Service Commission also is tasked with the reorganization of public service. To give you one simple example, when COVID hit, we realized some serious weaknesses in our ICT system. And we then thereafter had a round table where we called all departments and all the stakeholders to say, what are your experiences? What were the weaknesses? And now they are in the process of reforming that on the basis of what we proposed. Same with the offices of government, their utilization or underutilization and so forth. We are 14 commissioners. 5 are in the national office in Pretoria, and 9 are in the provinces. Each province has a resident commissioner overseeing the work there, but we operate as a single commission. We have committees where chairing is rotated. You can be taken from the province and so forth, and if there is a vacancy in the province, I can delegate the commissioner to go as a caretaker to the province. And you have a 5-year term which can be renewed for another 5 years and no more. So once you reach 10 years, that's it. If you are lucky to go to the second term. And the other thing that is very much important is the fact that we are undergoing major public service reforms currently. So we have a bill in Parliament, which is the Public Service Commission Bill, it will expand our scope to include local government and all other spheres which were not included. It will expand our scope to also include the state-owned companies like your South African Airways, your Energy, Aapscoms, and many others, which means we will undergo a dramatic expansion in scope, needing a lot of resources. And it is for that reason that forums of this nature, where we learn what others are doing, what is working, are so much vital to us and the exchanges we have. For example, Mauritius already has a commission for local government. I heard of the commissions that were focusing on that, and that we do have indeed commissions of different nature. For example, land commission we do have, but it is under a department. It has some degree of independence. And we do have the Judicial Service Commission. That one is appointed as a distinct structure where the Chief Justice, the chair of the Portfolio Committee of Justice, and the other justices or judge presidents are actually appointed to. So they come in different configurations. The other thing worth mentioning is that we are undergoing professionalization of public service. Cabinet in 2022, October, approved the framework for professionalization, where we're overhauling the whole ecosystem, from recruitment, from training, and how you filter, and how you do appoint your heads of departments up to the exit. And this is meant to strengthen public service. In that, PSC has been given another role of coming up with a panel of experts to appoint director generals. And that panel, we will not be part of the interviews ourselves, because when there are any disputes over the recruitment, they are sent to us. So we chose not to be part of that particular exercise, but instead get panel of experts. If it's science and innovation department, we will even go to professional bodies such as your Science and Engineering Council, give us the best of the best. If it has to do with AI, we go to universities, we go to council to say, give us the best, to sit and assess. Because right now, problem was that ministers were the ones who sit around the table. They call one DG. Even if a teacher was a priest, they were able to sit and choose a person who will be over ICT, department, which means they could only hope for divine intervention. So now we just want the literal technical expertise to come into play. Then before I sit down, there is one other area that we find ourselves drawn into. We have a school of government in South Africa. And some of you, it went to train ministers in Zambia. We went to Sierra Leone. They have been working very closely with us in areas where we have expertise. They take some of our people to do the training. And we're working very well with them. And lastly, we have a forum which we call the Forum of Institutions Supporting Democracy. That's where PSC, the Public Protector, the Auditor General, the Independent Electoral, we have that common forum where we support each other as this fourth arm of government, where we also compare notes. And I would say at times where possible, countries should explore that possibility because it has come out quite handy. Some of the problems we face are quite common, and sometimes when we go to meet with the Speaker of Parliament, as we did last week, or with the President, as we did the week before, it's easier when you have this group of institutions to raise family-certain issues rather than to walk alone there, where they say, if you behave, you must just get another term. When we're a group, you can't have such conversations. We raise issues as they come. If there was enough time, we would have spoken to other issues, because we also host the anti-corruption hotline, wherein if you see corruption in the country, you phone into our hotline. It's highly digitized. It records every call. It gives a feedback. You can track what was entered when. Then we take this, if it is for the law enforcement agencies, we take it there. If it's for public protectors, for the Auditor General, or it's something we can deal with. That was a decision of Cabinet in 2004 to say we should host this. And annually, working with the UN on the 8th or 9th of December, we mark that day by having this International Anti-Corruption Day, where we bring in all different role players. So that anti-corruption aspect is also coming in. If we had time, I would be taking you through the repositioning of South African Public Service Commission, where we are looking internally on our own capacity, but also externally in the environment that ought to be transformed. And we are driving major policy. We'll just do the oversight. We're now driving programs to say this and that policy has not been effective. And we bring in the role players. We are interfacing with Parliament. So we've started seeing the high impact, even small matters such as, not small, if there is poor service delivery. We do have a hotline where people say, we have been asking for this service to be delivered, it's not taking place. We receive those, we investigate, we've even established a rapid response system. Only the last 3 weeks we've been meeting with the Kings now to have a one-stop center where if there are grievances from the areas under their administration, especially rural communities, we can be able to process that. As I said, I'll microwave my presentation. I'm done. Thank you.
I'm not going to say good night. There's one thing, I'll keep my presentation very short if you promise that at least after this you look at our PowerPoint presentation. I would say that because I was sitting next to the colleague from South Africa, our functions are similar to that of South Africa and also to Kenya. So when you put the two together, and you get a middle line. That's what Ghana's Public Services Commission is. So I'm going to focus on the challenges, and I'm sure I will be done in about 5 minutes. That's why, Honorable President, if you can ask them to read that, that will be leaving here quite soon. So can we move to the history. South Africa, probably we are next to you. We were created or established in 1947. But right even at the time, that's the first challenge that we had. Right at the time that the Public Services Commission was established, the governor at that time said that you are supposed to advise us, but I reserve the right to either accept or not accept your advice. 2, what he said was, there are certain matters that I don't want you to advise me on. So, and you find out that that has been repeated. If you read the history, there are 3 slides on the history. Up to even right after independence, the Prime Minister first and all presidents have adopted that attitude. So even though there is a constitutional provision that we will have to advertise, shortlist, interview, and submit at that time, there were 3 names to the president for appointment, 1, 2, 3, and then he will make the right decision. About 15 years ago, they came in and said that, you see, the wording of the Constitution says that the president appoints on the advice of the governing body given in consultation with us. If you give me 3 names, it means you are appointing for me. So what I'm going to do is that I am going to issue a green letter indicating the person I want you to interview. Interview the person and decide whether the person is suitable or not suitable, and submit that again to me for my decision. Then you can go ahead and issue the letter of appointment. All that the president is telling us is that, you see, your advice should be within a certain context. So you have the Constitution saying that this is what you have to do, but the process in achieving that constitutional duty has been more or less micro-managed. I don't know if you have that process, but that is what pertains in terms of the system. Yes, the Constitution says that we are an independent body. When His Excellency the President saw me, that's what we said. You are an independent body. We cannot really, dictate what you have to do. But the other challenge, you didn't talk about it, is the fact that they use the financial resources, squeeze you to a point where you would yourself what? Accede to certain requests. I don't know if you find that, because you are independent, but as far as financial resources are concerned, it is the executive that outlines money that you have to use for your resources. So there are a lot of things that you have in terms of the performance of our duties, but that in actual fact is curtailed. And those are the things that, for me, we need to look and address. The other thing which is also important is the fact that the Comptroller and Accountant General's Department used to have what we call the integrated payroll and payment system, in which one agency had the personnel and also, so the idea is to divide and have the Public Services Commission be solely responsible for the personnel. But you find out that the Ministry of Finance has taken over the function of even the personnel. We are supposed to recruit. You'll be there when the Ministry of Finance will say that we went to cabinet. Because we are an independent constitutional body, we don't go to cabinet because they cannot influence us. Then they will say the cabinet has decided to recruit 16,000 people for the Ghana Education Service. So you go and you'll be there and they bring you that letter, which would have circumvented your function. So all that you do is get someone to sit on the interview panel to recruit. You have no hand in deciding on that. Meanwhile, the Constitution says that we are responsible for manpower development. So wherein lies your independence in the Constitution? These are some challenges probably I would like to bring to your attention. If some countries have gone around that, it will be interesting. But we have a lot of safeguards in the Constitution saying that this is the work that we have to do, but in essence, they are only on paper. The other thing that we have as a challenge is the fact that maybe next 2 slides, and that's where I will end. There are so many of them. Next. Oh no, go up, please. Yes, no. The slide. the public services, it indicates that the police service, immigration service, Ghana Education Service, health service, any other, we don't have any organization which has a service is part of the Public Services Commission. The only agencies that are out are what we call public sector entities, which are commercially oriented. They are registered under the Companies Act, like our electricity company is supposed to generate profit. Volta River Authority, those are not under the public service. We have tried, our mandate is to develop schemes of service, conditions of service for all these bodies. The challenge is that there are a lot of times they undertake these because they will tell you that the police service is different from the Ghana Education Service. What we have been doing is that we have created a 3-tier management system where you have the CEO, the deputy CEO, and directors, irrespective of where you are. But the police service will tell you that no, we have Inspector General of Police, Deputy Inspector, we have, Director Generals, and all other, creating confusion in the system. And then when you decide to exert the authority, they tell you that these are security agencies. Their mode of operations are different. Meanwhile, we have been given the authority to determine their conditions of service and so you develop a condition of service which is not implemented and they are being paid according to a certain this. These are some challenges. I just wanted this presentation to be different because we've heard about all the functions. There are a lot of challenges and this we should address, help us address these challenges. Thank you.
Good evening, Your Excellency, the President of Aapscoms, and your Vice Presidents, Chairpersons of the various public service commissions here. Allow me to ride on protocols already observed. My name is Ms. Netsai Cassandra Chivake. I am the Head of Legal Services, Corporate Affairs and Protocol in the Public Service Commission of Zimbabwe. It's unfortunate our chair, who is our head of delegation, Dr. Vincent Rungwe, has just stepped out. With us is Ambassador James Manzo, who is a commissioner in the Public Service Commission. We also have Dr. Mzeza, who is the personal staff officer in the Secretary's office. I'm going to talk about our mandate of the Public Service Commission of Zimbabwe. Just give you a brief background of our legal framework, our establishment and composition of the Public Service Commission, and our functions. Before I start my presentation, I think it's important to highlight that the Public Service Commission of Zimbabwe was born in 1979 when the Lancaster House Agreement was signed when Zimbabwe gained its independence. We went through constitutional reform in 2013, where we enacted the current constitution that we're using, and that's where the functions of the Public Service Commission are espoused. And this constitution created the Public Service Commission as an executive commission. It's part of the executive. As you know, we have 3 arms of government, that is the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. So the Public Service Commission exercises its functions on behalf of the executive, which is your presidency. So the Public Service Commission, through the chair, reports directly to the President of Zimbabwe. You can move to the vision. Our vision as the Public Service Commission is an empowered public service leading and propelling sustainable and inclusive socio-economic growth and prosperity for all citizens of Zimbabwe. Our mission is to facilitate the delivery of responsive services and promote economic growth and development through enhanced policy, institutional, and operational capacity of the public service and its relevant partners. We strive ourselves to have values of high performance, servant leadership, leading from the front, professionalism, accountability, innovation, inclusiveness, entrepreneurship, and high ethics. And in our day-to-day functions, we make sure that these values are adhered to. What is the Public Service Commission of Zimbabwe? The Public Service Commission is born out of Section 199 of the Constitution of Zimbabwe, which provides that there is a single public service to implement the policies of the executive branch of the government, to assist it in the administration of Zimbabwe, and to deliver public services to the people. The Constitution also delineates which members or which sectors of the public service are governed by the Public Service Commission, and these exclude, so we cover line ministries, excluding members of the security services, judges and magistrates that fall under the Judicial Service Commission, members of any commission that's established in terms of the Constitution, and with us we have what we call Chapter 12 Constitution commissions, which are your independent commissions, your media commission, gender commission, electoral commission, anti-corruption commission, and such others. Also, parliament staff are excluded from the ambit of the commission, and any other person whose office or post is stated by the Constitution or their enabling legislation not to form part of the public service. In terms of Section 202 of the Constitution, that's where the Public Service Commission is established. And it provides that there is a Public Service Commission consisting of a chairperson, a deputy chairperson, a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 5 commissioners who are appointed for their expertise in public administration. Members of the commission are appointed for a 5-year term, renewable only once. And I think like other commissions that are presented, where a commission chairperson is male, the deputy has to be female in terms of the Constitution. The commission officers, they hold office at the pleasure of His Excellency as he's the appointing authority, and they do take oath of office and loyalty before the president upon being appointed. Their remuneration and allowances are a charge to the Consolidated Revenue Fund. And I think this came in as a new provision from the Constitution. We used to be a sub-vote under the Ministry of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare, but the new Constitution realized that commissions should be self-funded and directly funded from the Revenue Fund, and it then gave the Public Service Commission Secretary and Accounting Officer Secretary portfolio, so it means we manage our own vote as a Public Service Commission, and we're accountable directly to the Public Accounts Committee. The next slide will just give you a picture of how our commission is structured. We have our chairperson, who is Dr. Vincent Ungwe. Chair, I had introduced you in your absence, with your indulgence. Our deputy chair is a female, and she's Dr. Nomatemba Ndiweni, and we have 5 commissioners, which is the maximum capacity I think we've been ever since the 2013 Constitution. The Secretariat is headed by the Secretary of Service Commissions, who is the head of the Secretariat, and as it goes down, the Secretariat is based in Harare as a head office, but given our President's mantra and vision of a devolved public service, we have offices in every province, and which are the 10 provinces of Zimbabwe and the 72 districts that are in Zimbabwe. So you will find a mini public service commission in every province and every district. So people do not have to travel to the capitals to seek services, whether it's pensions, whether they want to check their salaries. They go to our district office or our provincial offices. And I think this goes to the mantra of Our Excellency, who says that you should leave no place and no one behind. As an arm of the executive, I think something that's a bit peculiar about the Zimbabwe Public Service Commission is that our chairperson is the chairperson of the Public Service Commission, the Defense Services Commission, the Police Service Commission, Prisons and Correctional Service Commission, and recently, the Health Service Commission. So how does that work? So it was created so that you have that standardization of conditions of service and remuneration across the public service. You will find that the Public Service Commission has its own commissioners. So the only common factor that's there is the chair. The Public Service Commission has its own 5 commissioners. The Health Service Commission has its own deputy chair and 5 commissioners who are full-time. But the uniformed forces, which is your police, your defense, and prisons, their commissioners are all part-time commissioners. But the chair is the same. He is also a member of the Judicial Service Commission in terms of the Constitution. And I think this has gone a long way in trying to standardize and harmonize conditions of service. At some point, we're realizing a mass exodus of personnel from the public service to other commissions, only to realize that these other commissions were going straight to Treasury to negotiate their own conditions of service, and there was no benchmarking, there was no reference, and they would have higher salaries than the public service. So His Excellency has since established what we call the high-level tripartite, which is a task force, which is constituted of the Office of the President and Cabinet, represented by the Chief Secretary, the Chairman of the Public Service Commission, and the Secretary to Treasury. So any government entity that draws resources from the fiscus, if they want their salaries, structures, or mandates to be cleared, they have to go through that institution so that we have standardized remuneration. We are also working on a single spine salary structure. I think a couple of years ago we came to Kenya and Ghana, and that's where we benchmarked that there's need to have a single spine salary structure across the whole public service. Whether you're an accountant in the Public Service Commission, an accountant in the Judicial Service Commission, your base salary should be the same so that you avoid that parallel movement of officers. What would then distinguish each officer is probably a sector-specific allowances. We have various acts that I will not go through that guide and govern our day-to-day function, but the main act that kind of operationalizes the functions of the Public Service Commission is our Public Service Act, and we are guided by Vision 2030 and our National Development Strategy 1 and 2. To detail in a summary the functions of the Public Service Commission, we have the power to appoint qualified and competent persons to hold posts within the public service, of whom 10% shall be persons with disability, and this aligns with the government thrust of inclusivity. So in the appointments, we do delegate some of the appointments, but appointments of deputy director and above, they are done by the Public Service Commission, which actually sits and conducts interviews for all posts of deputy director up to chief directors. Subject to Section 65 of our Constitution, which provides for labor rights and collective bargaining, we also fix and regulate conditions of service, including salaries, allowances, and other benefits for members of the public service. We also, like most commissions, exercise control and disciplinary powers over members of the public service, investigate grievances, and implement measures to ensure efficient effective and efficient performance within and the general well-being of the public service. And I would like to highlight on this particular one, we are currently amending our Public Service Act to include an academy, what we call the Public Service Academy, and I think this we benchmarked with your Kenya School of Government, and we are actually, I think our bill is before Cabinet to be considered to come up with a Public Service Academy for training and human capital development for all members of the public service. We also advise, as I highlighted, directly the President and the Minister of Public Service any matter that relates to the public service. In fixing salaries and allowances for members of the public service, the Commission acts with the approval of the President, given on recommendation of the Minister of Public Service, because he's the one in charge of your unions and your worker associations. So through the ministry, we engage in negotiations and collective bargaining with our workers on salaries and conditions of service, and obviously with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance for Treasury concurrence and availability of resources. I will not bore you with the rest of the sections. I think we've shared our presentation with the Secretariat. The rest of the sections are just talking to how we manage the conduct of members of the public service and the principles of public service administration that govern the day-to-day management of public service. So in coming up, I think in summary, we can then say that the Public Service Commission of Zimbabwe is the one mandated with coming up with organograms of government ministries. So we do come up, once government is in place and the President gives ministry mandates, it is our function to come up with organograms and structures for the line ministries, and then put the personnel that are fit for purpose for the structures that we've put in place with the right competences, fix their conditions of service, discipline, and then fix their pensions at the end of their tenure. We are actually currently managing, I think, one that's likely to be a big pension fund. I think our Namibian counterparts, when they came to Zimbabwe, we did take them through some of the projects that our pension fund is managing, trying to just augment resources and to hedge inflation against the pension and making sure that our pensioners are looked after service. I thank you very much for your attention.
Your Excellencies, the President of Aapscoms, the Vice Presidents from various regions, Chairpersons of Civil Service commissions, the Vice Chairpersons, Commissioners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Wendy Mulenga. I stand here representing the chairperson of the Civil Service Commission of Zambia, who is also the president of Aapscoms, Dr. Cholwe Beyani. So I'm very honored and privileged. I'd like to introduce my delegation first of all. From Zambia, we have, I've already introduced the chairperson, Dr. Beyani. I will not make him stand. I think you have looked at him enough. We have a commissioner, another commissioner from the Civil Service Commission, Mr. Louis Sianjabantu. We have secretarial staff with the head of the secretariat being Mr. Derek Winner as commission secretary. I can't see the other members of the, okay. We have Mr. Milele, who's Senior Human Resource Officer in the Civil Service Commission. with our colleague there. Sorry, you can just shout out your name. The name is gone. Boniface, thank you. I think there are two others out there. They're not within the room. So that is the delegation from Zambia. First of all, the Civil Service Commission is, I would say, the mother body, the mother of most of the commissions in Zambia. I say this because most of the commissions were birthed from Civil Service Commission, which was initially Public Service Commission. It is now known as the Civil Service Commission. And most of the other commissions were birthed from this commission. They were hived off at some point, where now we have several other commissions, such as the Local Government Service Commission, the Teaching Service Commission, Police Service Commission, Correctional Service Commission. We have the Emoluments Commission. So we have several commissions in Zambia. And unlike Zimbabwe, all these commissions have their own chairpersons. Each commission consists of 7 members, comprising of a chairperson, a vice chairperson, and 5 commissioners. And they are all appointed by the president. So I will run you through the mandate of the Civil Service Commission. First of all, the tenure of office for each commissioner is 5 years. And it's the prerogative of the president to renew the contract of the commissioner. So the Civil Service Commission exists both as a constitutional and a statutory body, responsible for ensuring that human resource functions in the civil service are carried out in accordance with prescribed guidelines and procedures. It was established by an Article 222, number 1 of the Constitution of Zambia, in an amended Act number 2 of 2016. Functionally constituted by the Service Commission Act of number 10 of 2016 and operationalized by statutory instrument number 102 of 2020. The mandate of the Civil Service Commission. Pursuant to the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Act number 2 of 2016, Article 222, number 2B, as read with the Service Commissions Act number 10 of 2016, Section 8, number 1, as read with statutory instrument number 102 of 2020, the Commission performs the following functions. The Commission appoints, confirms, promotes, seconds, regrades, transfers, and separates employees in the civil service. So every commission conducts all these transactions. It facilitates the transfer of employees across the service commissions, transfer employees from one government institution to another government institution within the Civil Service Commission. It also authorizes the withholding, reduction, deferment, or suspension of salary of employees in the civil service. The Commission also hears and determines complaints and appeals from employees whose cases have been determined by government institutions within the civil service. The Commission also sets and promotes a code of ethics and human resource management principles and values for the civil service. It establishes standards and guidelines on human resource management for the civil service. It monitors and evaluates compliance with the code of ethics, human resource management principles and values, and any other standards and guidelines on human resource for the civil service in execution of delegated powers and functions by the government institutions in the civil service. The Commission also imposes appropriate sanctions, including withdrawal of delegated human resource management functions on airing government institutions in the civil service. It also performs any other functions as are necessary or incidental to the regulation of human resource in the civil service. Secondly, the Civil Service Commission also provides oversight and regulatory functions. These include the oversight functions regarding appointments, confirmations, promotions, transfers. It also is an appellant body. It hears appeals from officers in the civil service. The Commission provides regulations, standards, policies, and procedures to the ministries, provinces, and agencies for the implementation of human resource functions. The civil service has delegated most of the human resource functions to the human resource management committees in the ministries and the 10 provinces of Zambia. You will note that as the Civil Service Commission, we have decentralized by way of devolution, and we have human resource management committees in the various ministries and provinces across the country. So these human resource committees have been quite beneficial. We have seen the benefits of constituting such committees within the ministries and the provinces across the country. And these are the benefits: a professional and motivated public service workforce arising from a merit-based, fair and transparent recruitment and appointment system. The recruitment and appointment system is not done centrally, as we are currently recruiting health workers in Zambia right now. The recruitment is right now being conducted from the provincial centers, so it has been decentralized. The HRMCs, what we call HRMCs, the Human Resource Management Committees, also enhance human resource management capacity at lower levels, arising from implementation of deliberate interventions aimed at matching delegated functions with appropriate capacity. I want to hasten to say that even when these human resource management committees do not perform to our expectations, the Commission has the right to revoke these delegated functions. So we are monitoring them from time to time. We evaluate them to ensure that they meet our expectations and they are doing the right thing. So human resource functions benefits also include efficiency and effectiveness in filling vacant positions, confirmation, transfers, and promotions by cutting down on the long bureaucratic processes. I think we all are in the know that centralization actually calls for bureaucratic processes that will slow down certain functions and will actually increase the turnaround time of certain transactions. It also enhances the capacity of human resource management practitioners in handling personnel matters and bringing service delivery closer to the people. In conclusion, the Civil Service Commission, as an oversight and regulatory body, is committed to continuously monitor and evaluate the implementation of the human resource management functions in the civil service and to provide guidelines on the values and principles of the civil service. Having said that, I want to say asante sana. Thank you.
I wish to request that we give a round of applause to all the presentations that have been made today. I'm sure we've been able to see that there's a lot to learn from each other. And more so, what gives me greatest pleasure, Your Excellencies, is the fact that in this conference, unlike all the other conferences, where we have to ask people from outside to come and make presentation. This particular conference draws mostly from its own members. The chairperson from Nigeria Civil Service Commission, the chairperson from the Public Service Commission of South Africa, the commissioner from Lesotho. These form the presenters because we are richly endowed already as commissions. But I wish to make a few announcements. The first one is I was scanning through the constitution of Aapscoms just to announce to those of you who were making your chairperson stand that you're not protected by the constitution of Aapscoms. So you may be on your own. You may ask for forgiveness after this session. But we thank you for the presentations. But the announcements I wish to make are two. The first one is we have got 3 available rooms in case as a commission or as a group you want to sit somewhere to discuss. There are 3 rooms that have been sourced that are part of this facility. So you can just speak to us and we'll be able to make any of those rooms available so that there are conversations and discussions even outside the formal conference program. The next one is that our program tomorrow starts at 9 and we'll go straight into presentation on the thematic areas of the conference. For the last announcement, which involves this evening's program, I'll call upon the Master of Ceremony to make the announcements. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you, sir. Please turn to your neighbor, tell them the day is over. Sorry, the day is almost over. Thank you very much. So we want to end the day on a very, very high note, a very beautiful note. And we have prepared for you a very nice cocktail party. And from here, we are headed there straight away. I need to say something about the cocktail party. First of all, it is at the poolside, just behind, at the poolside, and it starts right away. You're going to enjoy 3 things, ladies and gentlemen. Number 1, you're going to enjoy live cooking. So we have live samosa, we have live fish fingers, we have live chicken wings, we also have live mbuzi choma, that is roasted goat, and we also have pizza. So you're going to enjoy that now, not tomorrow. Also, let me mention that we are going to enjoy some drinks as well. There is juice, there is soda, there is water, but there is also red wine, there is white wine, there is some beers, there is some gin, there is some whiskey, so that you relax your day if you normally use that. And finally, we are going to get a very rare opportunity of networking. That is the point where you will greet the president and others and network with them. So that is how we are going to end our evening. So I urge that we all go down there after this so that we finish together. May I call upon a volunteer from outside Kenya to come and lead us in a closing word of prayer and pray for the cocktail as well. A volunteer from outside Kenya. Makofi kidogo. Please tell us your name and then pray for the day and then the cocktail.
Elisha Gatukialongoka from Lesotho. Let us pray. We thank you, our Heavenly Father, to have given us this long period of listening. We also thank you that we made it here. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you furthermore of learning from each other. If the permission was not yours, God, would not be here. We also want to thank the organizers. It was not easy. Mostly the person who was calling us. He gave us time. We didn't listen to it, but we had to do it. We are sorry for that. But bless the food we are going to have, the drinks, mixing with one another, making new friends. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much. We can exit.